Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to day number 4 of the 2026 budget hearings. I'm Councilman Bishop. I'm going to be taking up the first leg for Parks and Rec. Could I have the staff read into the record our first section?
Page 175, Parks and Recreation Administration, Director Alexandria Nichols. Page 177, Salaries, 2025 unaudited, $411,214. 2026 budgeted, $1,321,676. Total expenditures, 2025 unaudited, $597,986. 2026 budgeted, $2,029,073. And salaries on page 178, 2025 actual 5, 2026 budgeted 17. Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you. All right, Director, you want to give us an opening statement?
Good morning. Thank you, Council President, members of City Council, for this opportunity to discuss our 2025 accomplishments and to prepare for our 2026 budget. Today, we'll review our budget plan for 2026, and we'll spend a little bit of time taking a look at our accomplishments from 2025. All of these are high-level accomplishments. And prior to beginning, I would like to introduce my leadership team. We have our Assistant Director, Sydney Johnson, Commissioner of Parks, Toy Porch, Commissioner of Urban Forestry, Phil Joubert, Commissioner of Public Auditorium, Susie Claytor, and we also have Commissioner of Recreation, Sam Gissentanner.
Okay, Director, so the first executive you introduce, could you?
Assistant Director? Yes, the Assistant Director for Parks and Recreation began in September.
Okay, all right, welcome. Okay.
Our Manager of Administration is unable to attend today. She's under the weather.
Okay.
Thank you. So today's agenda, we will look at the functions of the department, share insight into the development of our department, and we'll start with basic overview of what we do, looking at our core initiatives and 2025 progress. Finally, we will take a look at our staffing levels. Please bear in mind our department was established in early 2025, and a lot of time has been spent assessing the effectiveness and the efficiency of our operations. We want to make sure that we are providing the best services to the community. And we have the Parks and Recreation Master Plan, which was adopted by Cleveland Planning Commission in May of 25, that provides our framework. For our departmental overview, our mission includes recreation, public auditorium, parks, urban forestry, and other special facilities. Key activities include sports, aquatics, cultural arts, and asset management for parks and urban forestry, public auditorium, and other special assets. Our neighborhood recreation and resource centers provide services to the community, and as a part of the development of our department, we are building one brick at a time, our operation, to soon provide the highest quality services to the residents. In 2026, we will work to develop a departmental mission, which will define one collective goal of providing the best quality of life services to the community through our department. Urban forestry, parks, and recreation provide enrichment services to the residents as well as quality of life. And we provide a variety of activities through special events at our beautiful public auditorium. This is a location where the community can come together for special events, sports outings, and it also has an impact on tourism because people come to Cleveland from outside of the state and the region for activities that are hosted at this location. core initiatives and 2025 accomplishments. We improved our marketing functions, we refined permitting processes, and we launched the Grow No Mow program for sustainability. These steps enhance operational efficiency, and as a part of our improved marketing functions for the department, we took on a big endeavor of producing the Parks and Recreation seasonal program catalog through our department, something that had previously been done through the Department of Prevention, Intervention, and Opportunity and had not been produced by Parks and Recreation for well over 15 years. As a part of this project, we produced our fall catalog, the winter catalog, and we are currently working on our spring catalog of programs. We developed a distribution list, which includes City Council, the school district, and a variety of other places, because we wanted to make sure that we had a wide reach of people who were aware of our programs and services. Today I have with me catalogs for each and every one of you, and I welcome you the opportunity to peruse our catalogs. These are an important part of developing our marketing materials, and it's just the tip of the iceberg as it relates to our marketing initiatives. This year we reviewed our permitting process. It had been a very manual process for our residents who had previously been required to submit permit requests in writing or over the phone with no opportunity for online payment or for electronic issuance of permits. Using modern innovations, we started with our field permitting system. We wanted to make sure that we could make athletic field reservations available online. All of these are free. It was an easier way for us to start getting used to doing things electronically. This innovation has made it easier for residents to request athletic field space for baseball, softball, lacrosse, soccer, any other outdoor field sport. Also using this system, it prevents us from having double booked field space. Reviewing our master plan, we looked at sustainability suggestions, and we wanted to figure out where we could employ sustainability concepts to improve our operational efficiency. And we chose a program called Grow No Mow, which has been a Parks and Recreation industry standard for over 20 years. Opportunity Corridor is a large space with lots of grass, newly planted trees, and we saw this as an opportunity to employ Grow No Mow. We certainly recognize we want well-groomed, well-manicured spaces, but we also recognize the value of having tall meadow-like grasses and how it can be aesthetically appealing as well. We implemented Grow No Mow in this location, and it was very successful. The benefit to the residents is cost savings from reduced labor and improved efficiency of our operations, which allows us time for other work. Continuing with our accomplishments, under a federal grant, we secured funding to implement an urban forestry tree inventory on our right-of-way streets, and this inventory will help us be proactive with maintenance in right-of-way trees, which will in turn benefit our residents through a more durable and sustainable urban tree canopy. Additionally, we spent more time using an asset called CityWorks to manage and track our neighborhood resource and recreation center maintenance needs. We had previously had a multi-step process to enter in maintenance, and we refined our steps to fewer to better input our maintenance challenges, which improves our ability to process and monitor our needs. While we recognize that the conditions in our facilities are not always ideal, this asset management system does allow us to work collaboratively with Public Works to make data-driven decisions relating to our facilities. Shortly after I was hired with the City of Cleveland, I wanted to implement professional development to provide our staff with an opportunity to network with peers, learn new skills, and to improve our ability to best serve the community. The way I see it, an investment in our staff is an investment in our residents. For example, the Department of Parks and Recreation is working collaboratively with Human Resources and Civil Service to provide a learning seminar on effective interviewing and hiring techniques. This training is being provided to manager-level employees and above to ensure we are using best practices in screening applicants when interviewing and making hiring decisions that are fair and equitable, and also ensure that we have the best qualified candidates. Staffing overview. The Department of Parks and Recreation, at the start of the budget process, had a total headcount of 302, with a vacancy of 66 people. Vacancies occur for a variety of reasons, which can include retirements, resignations, and departmental transfers. We take seriously the need to fill all vacancies more effectively and efficiently, and as a part of our work, HR leads from the department were moved from the operational divisions to the administrative division. These staff moves will improve operations because we can ensure vacancy processing is standardized across the department, and it provides backup support in the event of an absence. Recreation and forestry have the largest gaps in staff vacancies, and it impacts our service delivery to the community. These divisions have struggled because the work qualifications may not have been most up to date, may not have had the most up-to-date titles. Our recruitment techniques have not been broad enough, and because some of the roles had outdated position descriptions that we needed to review. We recently hired 2 new full-time people in our aquatics division, which was something we had not done in the past 2 years. Defining the administrative and operational divisions provided us an opportunity to improve our operations by streamlining and standardizing processes, and this helps us to actively recruit, and it also assists with retention challenges. As mentioned in the previous slide, employee development enriches the quality of work for our team and will in turn help with the retention of our team members. We will continue to learn industry best practices that ensures recruits are well aligned with our service delivery mission, empowered to do their best work when they're here. Getting fully staffed in Parks and Recreation will elevate service to the community, and it is not lost on me that this is a priority for 2026. I thank you for this opportunity to review operational highlights, share some plans for 2026, and I look forward to any questions and feedback that each of you may have. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Director. That was very impressive. You really put a lot of time into that presentation. Let's start. Let me start off first by saying that we're going over the Department of Parks and Rec administration. Okay, so I know we got a couple new members here, but we're going over Parks and Rec's administration. And I'm not sure if this question is for the finance director or for the director, but the total salaries for Parks and Rec administration is that tripled? Did I see, am I looking at that right? That salaries have tripled?
Yeah, so through the chair to the committee, so this is, and the director can talk more about the operational roles. She touched on it briefly when she was talking about staffing, that she's moving, I believe it's 8 operational roles into admin to better align with their duties. So that's why, and you'll see decreases in salaries in other parts of Parks and Rec to counteract that. But this is part of her plan as a relatively new director to make the division her own.
Okay. You want to comment on that?
Yes, thank you. To the councilman, we looked at our operations, and when we looked at a lot of our administrative functions within the various operations, we saw that there were some inefficiencies. So we moved, I believe, 9 people from each of the divisions of operations into administration. So
Okay, when you say divisions of operations, what division are you talking about?
Yes, okay. So a division of operation would be parks, recreation, public auditorium, and forestry. Those are our operational divisions. So
Okay.
we had support staff doing administrative work in those functions, budget analysts, HR leads, and we moved them into the administrative division. So an addition in the administrative division was a subtraction in the operational divisions.
Okay, all right. So that addition of that extra salary and administration, and then the subtraction of the salaries in it, operations, how much of an increase is that, or is it the same, or is it, how's it, what is that, Director?
Yeah, so to the chair, you've got to factor in also the 3% raises.
Right.
So it should be, those positions, and it's 8 positions is what I've got. And you'll see in the head count, there's an 8 position difference. So there's 8 new positions on the head count page on page 178. So it's a wash, except for the 3% raises, essentially, for, that we
Okay.
talked about across the board.
Okay. All right. And on page 177, down under total materials and supplies, the materials and supplies, the totals have gone up so much. I'm not sure how much of an increase that is, but it goes from $1,600 to $30,000. What can you explain why that went up so drastically?
Thank you. To the council member, computer software, this is our content management system. It's Civic Rec. It's the system that people use to reserve athletic facilities. It's the system we use for registrations. This cost had previously been under the Department of PIO. When we got the new system, it was spearheaded through that department. I believe the original purchase was out of capital budget, and then it was budgeted out of PIO, and now it is where it belongs, in Parks and Recreation. That is the largest cost increase.
Star?
Does that answer your question?
Yes. Okay, so on the bottom of page 177, the total expenditures, we're going to attribute that to the increase in salaries from the 2025 levels to the 2026 budgeted, those total increases, that pretty much is to absorb that salaries.
Yeah, to the chair, I mean, if you look at the salary portion, I think that's a $700,000 full-time permanent if you're looking at that, plus the benefits. That's the vast majority of the increase there. But again, you're going to see decreases in other parts of Park and Rec to counterbalance that.
Okay. All right. And on page 178, you said that 8 positions, that signifies the 17 head count versus 2025 where it was 9. That's the reason for that, correct?
Yes, that is correct, sir. Thank you.
Okay. All right. All right. I'm going to go to my committee. Council President.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and appreciated the presentation. I do think that was a very thorough presentation. I do have a few questions and a couple of concerns. And it actually is going to intersect with recreation. But I do want to make sure that I understand the director's logic around moving operational positions to administrative and why that was a necessary move, because one of the things we did last year is we recommended, or we did in reconciliation, to put 11 positions in recreation in order to make sure that we had more public-facing bodies that are actually intersecting and interacting with the public. Why are we taking them, the way I'm reading it, unless I'm reading it wrong, Director, through the chair, is that we're taking people from direct service and moving them into administration. And I'm not sure if that is the best strategy, because we know we have a lot of people that come to our rec centers, and we need to make sure that we have that direct service and are fully staffed. So I just want to understand, why was that shift needed and why was that made?
Sure. To the chair, I appreciate that question. So I want to be clear, we did not move any bodies from our rec centers. We moved people from administrative offices performing administrative functions into the administrative division. The reason we did that was because we wanted to have more bodies that could support the administrative work in one place. I recognized pretty early on in my tenure that each division was processing bills a little bit differently, processing contracts a little bit differently, and I would say also when it came to HR-related onboarding services, we were doing things differently. We have to standardize what we're doing. We only moved administrative bodies from the operational divisions into the administrative division with the point of streamlining those services to improve our ability to meet the needs of recreation.
Thank you. Through the chair, just to push a little harder on that position, could you give me an example of what some of those administrative positions are? Because I always thought that the commissioners were kind of the person that streamlined and did all of those things through reporting to assistant directors and directors. So I'm trying to understand it. Where are these administrative bodies coming from?
Great. So one example is our HR leads. Each division of recreation had an HR lead, and our HR leads were responsible for the hiring practices, for posting positions, for scheduling interviews, and getting all of the work done. Pretty quickly in my tenure, I realized that we were doing things inconsistently in the different operational divisions, and I started to look at how we performed our HR functions across the board. It made sense, and also reviewing the master plan and using that as a guide and a template to have all of our HR leads under administration. For example, if one person works for one commissioner, and if another commissioner needs that support, it adds an extra layer to getting support when necessary. Moving everything to from operations relating to HR functions for our department allows us to more effectively refine our processes and do things a lot more efficiently. Does that help?
It's helpful, but it seems to me like, and I'm once again, if I'm reading this wrong, tell me, Director, because I'm really passionate about recreation. So
Yes.
just so you can understand, it looks like the commissioner is being kind of removed out of the decision-making process, and that's what I'm trying to make sure that I understand.
Absolutely. The commissioners are not being moved out of the hiring process or being removed from the administrative process. The goal is that the operational and administrative divisions will work hand in hand. For example, the training for interviewing and hiring we just had, we had the majority of our recreation management staff attend. We also have our HR leads attending that training as well. The goal is that administration and operations will work in tandem. We can't do things alone, we have to do things together. What we can do is refine our practices and make them more efficient and more effective. We would like to reduce the amount of time it takes to backfill positions. We would like to improve our ability to retain good, high-quality staff, and this we can do by streamlining that function of the department.
And I'm all for streamlining and making processes smoother, but I also advocate very highly for commissioners. And the reason why is because a lot of institutional knowledge gets lost when you transition from directors to mayors to council people or whatever. But the institutional knowledge of 601 Lakeside and City Hall operations have always been the commissioners. So I just want to make sure that I recognize that, because they have to play an important role of consistency in the city of Cleveland. So I just want to make sure I note that. Couple of things, and we can have further conversations if I'm missing anything. One other two things, Councilman. Travel looks like it jumped significantly. It looks like it has been no budget, which I'm a little bit shocked about. In 2023 or 2024, it looked like it was hardly any expenditures, but in 2025, it went to 20,000, and now you're budgeting for 20,000 again. Why are we now budgeting so much for travel? Not that I'm against it, I just want to understand how is that being developed? Is this for what reasons?
Absolutely. To the chair, this is an excellent question, and I truly appreciate it. I anticipated this question. As I mentioned during the presentation, professional development is incredibly important. It's incredibly important that we are able to connect and network with our peers across the state, across the region, and within the nation. Travel and tuition and registration fees are all directly related to the development of our team. We took 8 people to the national conference last summer, where we were able to learn from our peers, meet other peers. We went to the state conference in February of 25, and we just came back a couple weeks ago. It's been mind-blowing to me. I have attended conferences with one employee who had been here for over 30 years with no professional development. Another employee had been here for 14 years with no professional development. Another employee had been here for over 20 years with no professional development. Professional development, understanding industry best practices is key to the strength of our department. It's key to the strength of the services to the community. I value very strongly the ability for us to continue to travel and attend these conferences because it only improves our ability to serve the community, and that's number one.
Okay, thank you so much. The only thing that I would just reiterate is that a lot of these are public-facing positions, so I hope that there's also a lot of training around customer service and a lot of training that is just about how we accommodate our public. To me, and I just state this publicly all the time, rec centers to me and some of these areas of parks and urban forestry are just as important as police and fire. So I just want to make sure that we're adequately staffed and that we're adequately structured because I think we need to do more to recruit more children to come into our rec centers. So speaking of that, just the last two questions, Mr. Chair, how are we and who has the responsibility in putting plans in place and what kind of investments are we making to go and recruit children and diversify the programming in all of these different, well, I'll save the diversifying the programming for rec centers, but how are we, for all of these industries, for urban forestry, how are we recruiting people to plant more trees? How are we reaching out in public auditorium to try to get more events? How are we working on recruiting more children and families to come to rec centers? Where is that arm at that is really trying to aggressively go out and encourage people in the city of Cleveland, residents and stakeholders, to have recreation in the city? And then I'll just capture that with one more question, Mr. Chair, and then I'm done. Is there any recreation center in jeopardy of closing right now? Those are the questions that I have,
Okay.
Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Great, thank you. I'll address the first question to the chair. I'm going to address the first question with relation to recruitment of participants in our programs, diversification of programming, and our ability to improve our impact on the community. Number one, the production of the catalog was the number one thing that we really wanted to do. We know that having a book, something for people to feel and touch and see on a regular basis, correct. That was produced for the first time in our department in over 15 years. We do this catalog quarterly. We work with our print shop. We work with our center managers in order to make sure we have the content. As it relates to the recruitment, I would also say we are currently working on updating and modifying our website. Our website doesn't have content the way people want to see it. I know that it doesn't have information the way that it makes sense from the customer standpoint. We want to make it easier for people to get information. From my past experience, I know that Parks and Recreation is one of the top 3 reasons why people will visit a city's website. We have to improve our website. During this calendar year, we're going to put a lot of energy and effort into improvement of our website. I think also working with the Mayor's Office on Communication, we've had great success with social media. We piloted a winter break literacy camp at 3 of our centers over the wintertime, and through social media, we were able to ensure that we met our minimum registration numbers. So there are a variety of different tools outside of traditional types of activities, but we found great success with the catalog, with the website, with social media, and I would say the last piece of that is really working with the schools. That's where the kids are, and the more we can get information in the schools, it'll help us to recruit families to come and participate in our programs. I will also address diversification of programming. I think this is incredibly important. We've been very heavily sports-based as it relates to the programs and services that we've offered. We've collaborated with the Department of PIO in terms of expanding programs outside of just Parks and Recreation, more enrichment, health and wellness. We have cultural arts through Cadell Rec Center, and we wanted to do more. As a part of our budget for 2026, we successfully collaborated with PIO in order to have $500,000 in the Parks and Recreation budget for the expansion of enrichment programming through Parks and Recreation. And with that money, we're going to issue an RFP and seek providers of services that can do activities through the city, not just sports and cultural arts based. Whether it I don't know, I can't think of any programs right now, but it's really going to give us some funding and opportunity to offer more programs. The last piece that I'll say, and I've been saying this a lot, I think it's really important that we expand our programs to preschool age and parent-child ages. I think we need more parent-child programs in the center. I think we need more preschool age programs in the center. And I'm hoping through this $500,000 RFP that we are going to issue this year that we can offer more programs for the early ages in the community that would help support our families on a higher level. And then the last question, are there any centers at risk of closing? The only center that we know is closing at this time is temporary, and that's Lonnie Burton. It's going to be closing for renovation sometime early this year. We have not gone down the road of truly exploring recommendations made by the master plan, some of which include closure of facilities. So that is something we are going to have a lot of robust discussion and conversation on, and at this time, there's no plan to close any facilities other than for renovations.
And Mr. Chair, just one last thing, if I could, through the chair to the director. I think to this entire body, we really need to really understand the consultants and contractual things that are going out. They have been going out at an astronomical rate, and I think that we need to really make sure that we are talking with our policy team to try to track contractual and third-party agreements and RFPs, because almost every department that has come up here said that they're going to do an RFP to have somebody examine operations. And sometimes I've learned that you also need to make sure that you have that institutional knowledge. And this is not for you, Director, but this is for Mr. Barrett. And I don't believe printing has come up here yet. I will not approve another printing budget if they continue to put the mayor's information on there and not the council president and the members of council. This is a partnership. We're approving a budget, and every material that I look at, it has Mayor Bibb, and I've expressed this to the administration several times. I mean, this year, if I do not get a commitment up front that the members of council and the council president is not listed in addition to Mayor Bibb, we will not be approving another print budget. So I want to make sure that everybody understands that, okay? Amen. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. President, for that. I think we need to get that in writing. I'll just make a suggestion. We need to get that in writing. For the committee members, I want to kind of keep this session moving along. And I know we want to just, spot off everything that we have for the director and the director of Parks and Recreation Center. But at this moment, we are in Parks and Rec administration. So if we got any rec questions, we're going to get to rec in just a few sections. So I know everybody wants to talk about the recreation centers, and I do also. But if we can tailor our questions to Park and Rec administrations, and then we'll move along throughout the schedule. Okay, next I'm going to go to Councilman Richard Starr.
Thank you, Chairman, for your leadership. And good morning, Director. Thank you for coming here today. Something that's very important. Obviously, the Parks and Recreation is an important division and department in our city. One of the things I was looking at from your PowerPoint, it mentioned about department totals, and it shows that you have 66 vacancies, but when I did the math from 302 to 240, it showed a different number. Is that difference of that 4, is that a reason it's like that, through the chair?
Through the chair to the council member, I apologize. I made a clerical error.
You good. Just want to make sure just want to make sure if you need it for positions, just want to make sure you add that. If not,
We need a green sheet for that.
Through the chair to the councilman, you should go by what's in the budget book,
Okay.
What's on the presentation, because those things were created at different times. So there may have been some updates, but the budget book is what you should go by.
Thank you so much. I want to make sure we're good on that. Though one of the things that I definitely would ask from the budget, obviously, what percentage of funds direct programming versus the administration cost? That's the difference between the two. How much of the funds that we have in this budget are funded for our budget allocation? What percentage of the funds are direct programming versus administration. Do we have any numbers of that? As far as staff, like, do we have,
Through the chair to the council member, I believe your question is looking at the percentage of staff for operations versus the staff for administration. I would suggest that our administrative staff with a head count of 17 out of roughly 300 staff members is very modest. It's less than 10%. We certainly recognize the value of the work that we do is in the field, in the services. So we are being mindful that our administrative support division does not get too top-heavy. The goal is really to enhance service to the community.
that's perfect, because that's the focus that I'm looking at it from that lens. Not to see that we have a whole bunch of staff and not enough dollars for actual programming, which is key into being able to fulfill our duties in all of our department divisions. And then also, I know we have different multiple facilities that is under your department. One of the questions I definitely would like to know is, do we have a total count of how many facilities that we currently have that require capital repairs? Do we have any number of that we can actually know that how many of those are going to go through possible capital repairs through the chair?
Through the chair to the council member, we work very closely with the Mayor's Office on Capital Projects. We look at the condition of our facilities, and we consider the quality of what is needed. For example, some facilities are relatively new, and we recognize that we do have maintenance issues, but they may not rise to the level of a full capital item. We also have some older facilities that have not had a lot of investment in the last 10 years, and so we prioritize based upon age of facility, condition of facility, and other recommendations. But there's definitely a hierarchy of how we look at what we do from a capital perspective.
Thank you. And then one of the other things that I definitely would want to talk to Mr. Chairman himself about this, as well as the committee, revolving around the programming. Obviously, what you now have in the Department of Parks and Recreation, and we moved that from just being straight under Public Works to his own department. One of the challenges I feel from your leadership that you may have to deal with is things getting asked or put into the recreation centers, and it ain't coming from you. I believe that if there's program dollars or if there's grants and other departments or divisions are saying, hey, this is in the rec center, it should be something coming straight from your management, from your leadership, and not no other division. I know they like to use the buzzword partnership, collaboration. Well, the collaboration ain't happening if it's not something the director is getting from the commissioner or getting from the community or getting from the actual participants. Because we may say, oh, this is a great program that is fit or needed in our city, and then somebody else applied for the grant, got the grant, now they're managing the grant, and now they're saying, hey, we're gonna run this in your departments or in your rec centers, and it might not be something that fit the land or the scope of what your master plan and what your vision is, but now it's put on your desk, and not even on your desk, it's a collaboration. So now they're determining what they're doing. So I definitely want us to look at what is actually current happening under the Parks and Recreation division, but also making sure those are coming from the direction of the leadership of you as a director. It don't make sense for us to have a whole department when everybody else doing what they want in the rec center when you don't have no oversight of it. So you can't, can't manage it. You can't be required to do something because it may be a program that you didn't ask for. But it's like, oh, we partner here. And I think that creates more grounds of support as well as opportunity for you and your team to be able to get the right programming that you believe is needed from there. And then last thing I'll say, Chair, and because I definitely will talk to different divisions today, obviously, because Parks and Recreation is something that's dear to my heart, as well as everyone on this committee. Making sure we just get some data possibly from when our last recreation center was opened. And then also let's look at what was the current population in the city of Cleveland when that last one opened, and then also compare it to where we are at as far as population, because I think some of the challenges that we have yet to deal with is determining how do we get the dollars for quality programming inside of all of our facilities, but also are we stretched thin because of the neighborhoods has changed. You know, we can't talk about we got 20,000 vacant lots and people then left a certain east side, but then you got a rec center every other area, and then you got to expect like you still got 500 or 1,000 people in that neighborhood, and now you stretching your staff thin. Like, well, does it make sense to figure out how to repurpose another facility, or are we gonna still say, hey, we got kids there, or we got people there, but if the people are not there, how can we recruit? And when we're talking about now transportation and all different things, where it could possibly be an opportunity to see, do we consolidate some things so we can get more for our bucks? And then also making sure, through the chair, we do really look at putting dollars into actual programming and not just grant dollars, but something from the budget, or figuring out ways to be able to do those things. And I yield, Chair.
All right, thank you, Councilman Starr, and I appreciate your line of question. Again, let me reiterate about the schedule that we're trying to conform to. We're doing Department Administration, Parks and Rec Administration. Next, we're going to be doing Forestry, and then we're going to move to Recreation. I know everybody got a lot of recreation questions, so please, can we hold them to our when we get to Recreation, and then we'll follow up with golf courses. We're going to go to cemeteries. We're going to go to Division of Park Maintenance, and so forth. So if we can hold our questions to the appropriate divisions, that would be appreciated. And thank you, Councilman Starr. Next, I'm going to go to Councilwoman Nikki Hutz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And so now I'm a little. This might be for the recreations, so maybe I should hold off. This is specifically about the Cadell Fine Arts Center and the arts programming.
Right,
so,
right.
I think I should.
Yeah, we're going to come up there. Yeah,
Okay.
we're going to come up to that.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, I'm going to go to Councilman Joe Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, I've been sitting around this table for quite some time, and I heard the presentation earlier made by the director and the staff people that you have in your administrative budget. And I think the wording was you want to make sure that those people are reporting directly to you and creating your own system, which I, certainly think is more than appropriate. The question I would have is, there's three different types of questions. The first one would be dealing with the number of facilities that you have to administer to. How many facilities? And I know that I walked out the door when my colleague Richard Starr was talking something along those lines. But as it relates to administration functions, how many of these properties do you have to maintain or deal with?
So as it relates to the number of facilities, through the chair to the council member, are you referring to our neighborhood resource and rec centers, or parks and everything?
Everything. That you're responsible administratively to deal with.
So administratively, we are responsible, including counting the parks, boulevards, cemeteries, recreation, public auditorium. I'm probably close to 200 facilities. Some parks are tiny. Our rec centers obviously are larger and require a lot more intensive work. We have regional parks. We have community parks and neighborhood parks. The stadium, Westside Market, golf course, Camp Forbes.
You do have a listing of those.
Yes, that is correct.
Can we get a listing of those?
Sure.
And I'd like to get a listing of those facilities in addition to their locations, their address locations.
Okay.
Also, in terms of total head count, I do see some numbers up there. What is the total head count that your administrative function is responsible for?
I believe the total head count for our administrative functions is around 17 people. That includes myself. Most of them,
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman,
sorry.
that wasn't the question I was asking. Let
sorry.
me clarify real quick. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, to our director. The question is, when it comes to all of the head count that you have to administer, how many people would you be responsible for?
great, through the chair to the council member, I understand the clarification, I appreciate that. The total number of people that I'm responsible, that are my direct reports, that is 5 people at this time. The way we divided the divisions of work, there are a couple of support people that report to me. We have a deputy commissioner of aquatics that reports to me, the manager of administration, and the assistant director for the department are the folks that report to me. Underneath the assistant director is are all of the commissioners. That's how we work through the operational division and manage the operational division. And then the manager of administration oversees budget analysts, HR leads, and other folks that support our operations, which includes legislation and contracts.
So how many people is that, Mr. Chairman? I mean, I'm looking at this board here, and you're responsible for, it says department totals. So are you responsible for all these employees here?
Through the chair to the councilman, yes.
Okay,
As the
so that's-
department head,
that-
I'm
so then
responsible
let-
for everybody.
So let me get the count of what you're responsible for. So how many people are you responsible for?
I'm responsible for over 300 folks. The head count is FTEs, which does not include seasonal and part-time people. If we throw in seasonal and part-time, probably closer to 500.
Okay. So you have 200 facilities, and you're responsible for 500 people. And those 500 people are broken up by maybe a handful of other people who kind of manage the other groupings of folks. Is that correct? Am I hearing that right, or can you set me straight?
Through the chair to the councilman, yes, I believe that you heard me correctly.
Okay, so you have 200 facilities and 500 people, and I will say that, you know, whenever you get a new recreational facility, it's absolutely a blessing in the city of Cleveland to do that. So we haven't, and I have to thank Frank Jackson's administration for making sure that we got that. The last JFK facility we had was a mess. And I'm just thankful for that. And I'll get to what I want to talk to about that facility when it's that time. But I want to move towards partnership. So you talked about you have regional. Can you explain to me what that means, regional properties or regional partnerships that you may have?
Yeah, through the chair to the councilman. When I think about regional responsibilities, we have some facilities that are larger and they provide more support for members of the community.
I see.
Carouche Park, which is a park within your ward, is a great example of that type of facility. We have a number of athletic fields, ball fields that people use, as well for football, for baseball, softball. We have a variety of picnic pavilions. There's a swimming pool, walking trail,
Yeah, but
fitness.
how do we partnership with it?
Oh, I'm sorry. So as it relates to partnerships, there's a variety of different partnerships. That park in particular, we don't necessarily have any partnerships that we work with, other than
Okay.
I would say B-Buzz Baseball is a strong partner over there.
I'll rescind and ask it a different way, the question, Mr. Chairman, to our director. What's concerning for me is having a partnership so we can split our cost. And so I wanted to see if we had some regional partnership other than what we were just talking about. So do we have any kind of partnership, like, say, for an example, with Metro Parks?
Through the chair to the councilman, we have several agreements with Cleveland Metro Parks. As it relates to programming, Cleveland Metro Parks does provide recreation programming to us free of charge. Right now, we worked with them on a kayaking program in our facilities to teach kayaking. They partner at Camp Forbes in the summertime. Again, it is a no-cost program. It's just simply a written agreement that they will provide this service, and they have been a great partner to us.
Do we partner, Mr. Chairman, to the director as it relates to product, services, and goods when it comes to buying equipment, maintaining things, anything in that area, because we have a huge facility program of 200 different spaces. So that's where I'm kind of going here. Because we talked about, we had a study that was done a couple of years ago, and we talked about how we're going to improve the conditions of our facilities. And I went through quite a lengthy process and talking about how we could improve it. One of them was aesthetics, because that, even though we have a new developed facility, it still is woefully lacking in terms of aesthetic appeal, in terms of maintenance and cleaning around it and keeping it up. And I know that you and Mr. Chairman, I appreciate our director. She took the time to meet me out there, and we talked about a number of things. So I wanted to kind of like follow up on the recreational portion of it.
Councilman
But
Jones,
I
we are on
wanna make
administration.
sure-
Councilman Jones, we are in administration at this point. So
Mr. Chairman,
we're
on
going to
the-
get to the recreation centers.
Mr. Chairman, it is a part of my questioning to go into talking about the administration portion, because right now maintenance and how to maintain our facilities is ministered. And so making sure that what we're talking about here right now is looking at partnership, and that partnership on the administrative side to help us, Mr. Chairman, cut our cost. And one of the things, Mr. Chairman, that's really important is how we maintain our facilities. And so that has been an ongoing issue, Mr. Chairman. I know you've talked about it to quite nauseum, and making sure that the director has the appropriate tools and partnerships is important. And being able to think outside the box, Mr. Chairman, because I know that this is a huge operation in the city of Cleveland, totally different from Shaker. And we need to be able to have the capacity and ability to maintain these things. And the next question is, do we have enough administrative staff up under you to maintain all of what you have shown us in front of us that we're dealing with in terms of forestry, parks, public auditorium, recreation?
Through the chair to the council member, yes, now I understand your question, and I would say the short answer is no, we do not have any partnerships. The lengthier answer as it relates to the administration of our facilities is that we are looking at standardizing the mechanicals within our facilities so it's easier to make repairs. It's less it's more cost effective because we will have standardized products that we will use. We are also looking at service agreements for when we have newer facilities open, so we can ensure that we have contracts with providers that will ensure that our facilities are maintained in good quality condition. So from an administrative perspective, having visited all of our facilities, not all of our parks, I'm not going to say I've visited all the parks, there's a lot of parks, visited all of our centers, and we need to standardize our equipment. We need to have service agreements to ensure that we are maintaining in good working condition the facilities that we have.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mrs. Nichols. I appreciate your professionalism.
All right, Councilman Jones, thank you for your line of questioning. Next, I'm going to go to Councilman Chris Harsh, and then we're going to come back to the Dean and to Conwell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to go over a run of show here real quick so that I know where to put my questions. So through the chair to the chief or the director, I'm sorry.
Director.
Okay. Director Nichols. We are currently on the administration. After this comes urban forest. So there are 4 divisions of your department. There's parks, there's recreation, there's public auditorium, and there's forestry. So up next is forestry. That one makes sense. I get that. After that is division of recreation, which includes golf courses and school recreation and cultural activities. That's the way it's listed, at least. Is that right? Those are like subcategories of the division of recreation? Yeah?
Yes, that is the way it's listed. Through the chair to the council member, school recreation is probably linked to some of the programs we do in partnership with the schools.
Yeah. Okay, but they're under the division of recreation. They're sub-functions of the division of recreation, right?
Correct.
Okay. And then after that is park maintenance and properties, which includes cemeteries. Does park maintenance and properties include the physical buildings, or the physical buildings under the division of recreation? Or the physical buildings under you, specifically?
I would, through the chair to the council member, the physical buildings, I would say it's a joint effort. From a building standpoint, they all fall under the division of work that they're in. However, administratively, we look to standardize the work across all of the divisions. Does that make sense?
No, I'm sorry. Could you repeat it?
So when I think about the facilities, for example, Estabrook Rec Center
Sure.
is a rec center, but we can't negate the fact that that is a part of a collection of rec centers.
Right.
So administratively, we look at efficiencies and opportunities to standardize what we're doing across all centers. So there are some administrative implications, but each individual center is under recreation specifically.
Okay. So even though we have a division of park maintenance and properties, the properties are controlled primarily managed through the division of recreation.
Parks, I'm sorry.
When I have questions about buildings, should I ask the division of recreation, the division of park maintenance and properties?
Great question. Recreation.
Recreation handles the buildings, not properties. Got it.
No,
Okay.
there's also a division of building maintenance,
Property,
not under.
correct.
Right.
Pro- Building maintenance, property management is under Public Works, yes.
Under Public Works.
I will save
That's
my
all.
building questions for when the division of recreation comes up
Perfect.
specifically. Okay.
Through the chair,
How do we deal
can I
with
just
that?
add to that? So that might be an old name that you have there. So when they created the new Department of Parks and Recreation, they actually changed it's just the Division of Park Maintenance.
Okay. Take properties off. Got
Correct.
it. Got it. Got it. That helps. That helps. Okay, there we go. And then the park maintenance includes cemeteries, and then Cleveland Stadium in our view over here, and then public auditorium, which is one of the 4 standalones, and then the West Side Market.
Correct.
Okay.
And the golf course.
And the golf, that was under the division of recreation.
Okay.
Okay. All right. And then to make sure that I get my questions into the right column, when I ask questions about the programming calendar at the rec centers, will that fall under the division of recreation?
Through the chair to the council member, yes, that is correct.
Okay. My last question then, and I'll yield and wait for those individual departments. The master plan that was conducted 2 years ago, I think, Mr. Chair, I forget. 2 or 3 years ago. Through the chair, that is on your desk, right? That master plan is for you to consider and learn from.
Correct. Through the chair to the council member, yes. The master plan was adopted by City Planning Commission, I believe, in May of 25.
Okay.
And it is under administration for implementation of the recommendations within that plan.
Okay. The map of recreation centers, I think, is a little bit deceptive. Cudell and Cudell Fine Arts are listed on the map like they're like in wildly separate neighborhoods. They're like literally next door to each other, and there should be one dot. If you go to one, you've gone to the other. It's like literally you park your car and decide if you're going to go left or right. And Halloran is a skating rink. It's not really a rec center. I understand it falls into the department, but there are basically 5 rec centers on the west side and 15 on the east side. The population of Cleveland is not 25% west side, 75% east side. And our colleagues here, my colleagues have had very serious conversations internally about shutting down rec centers, because if we do 20 things not very well, but we could do 10 things really well, I think a lot of us would rather see us do 10 things really well. You said earlier, Director, that you have not yet explored the recommendations of that master plan. My question is why? If the master plan recommended that we close down rec centers to concentrate our efforts and get really good at a couple things, why have you not yet explored that? Through the chair.
Through the chair to the council member, I really appreciate that question, and I think building a department actually takes a lot of work. It takes a lot of assessment and analysis, and establishing some of our administrative functions was where I had to focus a lot of my energy. Hiring an urban forestry commissioner, hiring an assistant director, manager of administration, all of that was very, very time consuming. And getting those folks in place to maintain the operational work allows me now the time to focus on the high-level master plan implementation and analysis that we need to take on.
So through the chair, what do you think your timeline is for considering the recommendations of that master plan? Is that a 2026 job?
Through the chair to the council member, absolutely. This is a top priority for 26, in addition to getting our vacancies filled. The mayor's office on capital projects, that's another factor. The person who spearheaded and guided the master plan resigned in May of 25, and so there was a gap in filling that. Once they filled that person, they're here, they're on staff, we're ready. We just have to get together a schedule for community engagement, and we have to develop a marketing plan and actually a marketing campaign to make sure that everyone in the community is aware, so we can have robust engagement around recommendations on reduction of facilities based upon that plan.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I'm just going to say one more thing, and then I will save my questions for the individual departments. I don't think Estabrook is the least used rec center. I think it's probably in the higher end. I think in terms of like actual number of people through the door, I think it's a pretty well used rec center, and I think it's woefully underused. I put an office there. I do monthly ward meetings there. I try to shuffle people into Estabrook as much as I can as a council person. I still think the building is largely empty most of the time, and it's one of the more well-used ones. And the reason I'm saying this is that we can probably admit that many of our buildings are just not used on any level that respects their cost. And we could probably save a lot of money and make some rec centers really good and really activated if we would concentrate our efforts. So through the chair, I would just encourage the director to let's think about that, because we do have to be realistic about our costs, and having 20 rec centers when we might only need 10 or 12 seems to be a very prudent use of funds. So I'll save the rest of my questions for the departments. Thank you, Chair.
All right. Thank you, Councilman Harsh. I'm going to go to Councilman Mike Palencia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, my honorable colleagues, to the director. With regard to page 178, and if these questions have been asked, then please tell me, Mr. Chairman. So on you're proposing additional 8 positions, new positions from what it was budgeted in 2025. So on the administrative managers, you went from 1 in you have actual 125. You're going to have 6. What's going to be their responsibility?
Yeah, through the chair to the council member, I appreciate that question. What we did was to refine our administrative operations, and we transferred people from the operational divisions, which include parks, recreation, public auditorium, and urban forestry, and we moved people to administration. These are folks that are performing administrative functions, such as hiring, processing of payments and invoices, managing contracts. It is a move that does not include any additional positions. It just includes transferring folks from operations to administration.
So this will not negatively impact the other divisions?
Correct. Through the chair to the council member, it's expected to improve operations within the operational divisions, because we are improving our efficiencies and refining the work. And our goal is that it'll allow us to better meet the needs of the community by filling vacancies faster and ensuring that our vendors are happy.
Okay. So as the council president said, and as the chairman of this committee, who's doing a good job, this is a very important section of the city of Cleveland, parks, recreation, management. So if you could provide to us a breakdown of who those individuals are. And like you have 2 additional project coordinators, where you had none in 2025, now you're going to have 4. If you could provide to us the names of the individuals and what they're specifically going to be doing, I would certainly appreciate that. You mentioned in your brief statement, you mentioned an aquatics manager. Where is that at? I don't see that here.
Through the chair to the council member, aquatics is something that is very important and meaningful for our residents. We certainly recognize that we haven't been providing the highest level of aquatic services to the residents over the last many years.
Yeah.
We had a retirement of the aquatics manager early summer last year. When I learned about that retirement, I knew what we were paying a manager to run 40 pools, indoor and outdoor, was equivalent to what other municipalities are paying in the region for people to run 1, 2, at a most 3 pools. I knew we weren't going to recruit the level of talent that we needed unless we elevated that position to deputy commissioner. I held a position, so I had the funding to elevate the position of aquatics manager to deputy commissioner of aquatics. I have a strong background working in parks and recreation with a lot of experience in aquatics, which includes open water beaches such as Huntington Beach. It includes working in pools in New York City and a variety of other facilities. So I put aquatics under me. It remains technically in the budget under recreation, but from a leadership standpoint, I wanted aquatics directly reporting to me so that I can ensure that we elevate our aquatic services.
So then what position is the aquatics manager? That's what I'm trying to get clear.
So essentially, we, through the chair to the council member, we did not abolish the aquatics manager position. We elevated it to a deputy commissioner level position for which we received civil service approval. We do anticipate a need for aquatics managers as we strengthen
but-
and build the program.
But again, what I'm trying to show me where it's at. Is it here?
So,
or is it in?
So what, I'm sorry, through the chair to the council member, I was trying to explain that I left the money in recreation, but from a reporting and leadership standpoint, it falls under, it reports to me, but it's not in administration. It's still in recreation.
Where is the position?
It's in recreation.
Okay.
Yeah.
So when we get to recreation, we'll be able to see aquatics manager?
It'll say deputy commissioner, I believe.
Okay, deputy commissioner. And so all of the 40 pools are operational, will be operational come spring, come summer.
Through the chair to the council member, I do not believe all of our pools will be operational. For one, we have some centers that are closed for renovations. For
Okay,
two,
we know Lonnie Burton will be closed.
Lonnie Burton will be closed. We intend to open Clark. We intend to open Sterling. We know that there are some outdoor pools that are in very poor condition.
Okay.
And it's going to be impossible to open them. I don't have that list directly in front of me. I can be happy to provide it. We do not anticipate opening all of our outdoor pools.
Well, that's very important that council members, Mr. Chairman, to the director, that council members be aware of that so they're not caught off guard as it pertains to pools that will not be opened. That's very critical for us to know, or any other facilities that will be closed or going under renovation. You know, communication is very important. So I've asked for the names of the individuals that are assigned to these various positions, their names, what their responsibilities are, et cetera, et cetera. The facilities utilization plan that we've been waiting for, is that through MOCAP, or what's your role in that facilities utilization plan?
Through the chair to the council member, I am not familiar with the title of that project. I presume it is under MOCAP. I'd be happy to get more information on that for you.
This is where we're supposed to get a breakdown, and maybe I didn't use the right terminology. Please correct, someone on the committee correct me if I'm incorrect. We're supposed to get a breakdown of every city facility, every building, park, playground, the condition of it, what needs to be repaired, et cetera, et cetera. You know, am I using the right terminology for the study?
Through the chair to the council member, I believe, I'm not sure the exact title of what it
Or
is.
assessment plan or whatever?
The assessment is produced through the Mayor's Office on Capital Projects. That is correct.
Because we've been hearing that's coming, and so is Christmas. So I'd like to know when that's coming. because that's important for us to get a better handle, because, you know, we see a lot of money being proposed to be spent on the lakefront and spent here and spent there. I'd like to really understand that we get an assessment of our buildings and our responsibilities. And then, you know, we've heard about, again, possibly some things being closed, et cetera. I just want a much better understanding as to where we are in 2026. Our residents are paying more property taxes than ever before in the city's history. I'm confronted, and I'm going to be my last question, Mr. Chairman, on the, where's the book? And I want to concur totally with the council president. In the day, nothing went out of here without having the council. And on the back page, you could have easily listed all members of city council and council president. That's to the finance director. I'm as serious as a heart attack on that one with the council president. I mean, that shows, and I'm not directing this to the director, I'm directing this to the finance director, administration. That is like a sign of disrespect. And it's becoming more and more prevalent from what I can see, one department after another. And I sat at this table when then council president told the administration, told the commissioner, we will eliminate we will eliminate the Department of Printing. If that didn't, of printing. We'll eliminate it if that doesn't change. And I'm at this point, I'm at the same position. I mean, I'm done with this stuff. I'm done with the lack of respect to the council president. I'm done with the lack of respect to the council members. So that being said, on the backside on your map, and I think I commend you for putting that on here. As you can see, there are some areas of the city where there are recreation complexes, and we're not talking parks and playgrounds right now, where you have them very close to one another. Then you get to the northeast side, there's a major gap. Okay, I'm done. Collinwood is the after-school program. The mayor has supported the closing of Collinwood High School. Somebody better tell me where the after-school program is going from Collinwood High School, because I'm going to be on somebody like White on Rice. That program is going to be maintained somewhere in the Collinwood neighborhood. I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you, Councilman Plessick. Again, let's stick to administration right now. We're trying to get over the administration portion of this hearing. So I'm going to go to Kevin Conwell next. Councilman Kevin Conwell.
Thank you very much. To the chair, to the director, you know, next year, you know, the mayor promised me and he promised council that he would have in front of every department their master plan or their strategic plan so that it could correlate with the budget. I mean, you give us a budget and you have no correlation, then we don't know where you're going. You know, because I always talk with you through the chair about your master plan. And I understand you've been here for a year now?
Over a year.
A little over a year, right. And you got to put systems in place, and you can't just bring the master plan out because the master plan is a moving part, and you have to be able to change it so it can fit in with the time. So I understand that as well. But we'll have that in there next time. Now, you mentioned when I was walking in through the chair to the director, was it $500,000 for the arts or something like that? And I'm listening.
Through the chair to the council member, I believe when you walked in, I was talking about collaborating with the Department of Prevention, Intervention, and Opportunity for Parks and Recreation to obtain $500,000 so that we can issue a RFP to get providers of enrichment type programming. It can be fine arts, or that would not compete with Cadell Fine Arts. We want to complement what we're doing there. It could be for health and wellness services. It could be a variety of different youth development needs. The goal is to expand and enrich through the Department of Parks and Recreation that we would have more available to the community outside of sports.
I agree with that. You know what, Director, through the chair, reach out to City Council so we can put that in our newsletters. Talk with Joe Mezzaline, and then I'll put it in mine, and then sometime when we do outreach, we can do that. I think that through the chair, if we had outreach when we deal with the recreation departments, you guys have some great programs there. You come to the to my community meetings or other ones, and let people know when you put the flyers together. They won't know unless you do outreach. And when we walk our neighborhoods, we can drop the flyers off to the residents, and you can push it in the schools. You reach out to Leo, that's in the schools. You know, the outreach person in the schools when the schools go out. And then that way, the parents will know. We just got to do total communication to the chair, to the director. Now, what I want to look at, I like the $500,000 for the arts piece. I like that. You know, that's going to take some time to grow as well because the schools killed the arts. And
You're
we have
talking to
build
your
it
mic,
back up.
Councilman.
All right. And then we have to build it back up, okay? On page 177, hospitalization, you have 166,025, but you double it, Director, to 309,363. Director?
Yeah, through the chair to the councilman, so all these benefits are tied to the 8 positions that we moved from other parts of recreation. So when you move positions in, it doesn't just affect the,
Okay, I understand.
yeah.
I understand that. Let's move down to the tuition and registration fees from $5,000 to $25,000. I know when I talk with you, you're talking about getting them continuing education and so that they can look at best practices in other cities so they can look at lessons learned. Is that a part of that, Director?
Absolutely. Through the councilman, or through the chair to the councilman, professional development is incredibly important to the strength of our department. It is important that we travel to the state conference and the national conference and that we network with other professionals, that we understand best practices. Just a couple days ago, I actually, through networking and attending conferences, had the opportunity to meet the Parks and Recreation Director for the City of Columbus. She reached out to me with interest in our corporate sponsorship RFP. I wouldn't have had that connection without professional development. Just 2 days ago, the City of Detroit reached out with regard to our registration system. And these networking opportunities are fantastic for us to work with other peer cities, large cities, learn from them, learn from one another, and share ideas. So we added additional money for travel, for tuition and reimbursement because we want to elevate the strength of our team because that elevates the level of service to the community.
That's a great idea, you know, because for a long time we kind of like lived in a silo. You just see Cleveland and then right next to you is Akron or Cincinnati, and you don't get a chance to look at lessons learned. And it can also tell you, when you look at best practices, what's coming your way. And it helps you to be able to see around corners what's going on in Detroit and other cities. So I like that also. Go down to the mileage, private auto, $4,000. What are they doing? They just writing down their mileage they use in their cars. And is there a sheet that you guys use so they say that, 51 cents per mile or something like that?
So through the chair to the councilman, the increase in mileage is directly related to professional development. There are several regional networking meetings that we have annually, and we ask our staff to attend. We want to make sure that our team members are familiar with our peers in our in our local cities, so we can collaborate and join. So that mileage is directly related to that, and I'm going to pass it off to Director Barrett to talk about the mileage reimbursement.
Yeah,
But I want to ask you one more question. And I'm sorry, Director. So when they use their own vehicle and they use our vehicles, the city vehicles, do you do an MVR on them to make sure that they pay their insurance, to make sure that when they pay their insurance, as well as you look at their points, for example, 2 points, 4 points, whatever the case may be, an MVR, motor vehicle report from the state of Ohio through the chair to the director?
Through the chair to the council member, we do check driver's records to make sure that people are approved and appropriate to be driving city vehicles, and then employees driving personal vehicles for work are required to maintain their own insurance. I believe that is an HR policy. So everything is above board, and we make sure that we do follow rules and regulations set forth by the state.
You have systems in place to, when they drive a city vehicle, when they get out, do they walk around that vehicle to do any checkpoints or anything like that?
So through the chair to the council member, I have to get more involved, but I would say that most organizations do have some sort of a checklist that people are required to look at the condition of their vehicle before they get in to make sure that it is in good shape. Cleveland does a great job. Our MVM division of Public Works is amazing, and they make sure that we do whatever we can to do to maintain the quality of city vehicles.
Yeah, fleet management, you work with fleet management then, is that true to the chairman?
Through the chair to the councilman, yes, we do work with fleet management. They maintain all of our vehicles. We have a very collaborative relationship between the transportation vans that we have in recreation to the large fleet of vehicles that we have in parks and cemeteries. They're an excellent partner with our new department.
You know, Director, our preventive maintenance and dealing with our capital equipment as well as with the recreation centers are horrible. They're just terrible. So what I'm saying is that although we do a checklist with the vehicles, that's capital as well. With fleet management, I'm looking at how we do with our rec centers. We do a horrible job with that, and we don't have the culture is just terrible. So how can I feel comfortable that we're looking at to make sure our tires are correct, making sure we're doing prevention with the vehicles? Through the chair.
I was just going to say, through the chair to the councilman, I know we obviously mentioned the rec centers first. I know we have a lot of capital needs across the city. We've addressed what we feel like we've addressed the police stations. Over the next year, we'll do tours on that. Obviously, the fire stations and rec centers are on that list as well, so that's important to us. I think that'd be a good topic when MOCAP comes up to kind of discuss the facilities themselves. But do you want to say something about that?
But they got to work together hand in hand when you do prevention, because the prevention will save us dollars as well, and that's very important. We can't just spend money and you don't change the oil in your vehicle or your transmission and things like that. You got to do prevention, because then we can buy other widgets, but we don't do that. Controller, through the chair.
Through the chair to the councilman, motor vehicle maintenance does have schedules for the cars for oil changes and normal maintenance. And they do look at those cars for tires and other things. So motor vehicle maintenance does maintain the city fleet, whether it's recreation or water or any other division. And they do have schedules to maintain those vehicles.
Yeah, and through the chair to the councilman, if you look at page 177 at the bottom, you have the charges for MVM.
Yeah, I have it down there
So,
too.
yeah, some of that rolls into that.
Yeah, it does roll into that. I'm almost finished.
Okay, Councilman, your timer went off on you, Councilman.
You didn't keep the time. It was the administration that kept the time.
No, we got it. We got the time, Councilman.
But don't let the administration keep the time.
We got the time, Councilman.
Oh, you got it? Oh, we got you keeping the time?
Yeah.
Don't put me down on that bingo sheet.
You got any other administration? You got a public administration questions, Councilman?
I do. With your just in time, but I figured that one out already. Okay, thank you. Okay, bye.
All right, thank you, Councilman. We appreciate your question. Again, if we can finish up the administration part of the park and recs, and then we'll move on to what everybody was waiting for as the recreation centers. Councilwoman Gray?
Thank you, Chair. Appreciate it. Just have one administration question.
Okay.
I came in a tad late, and I just want to reiterate what Councilman Griffin had asked about the administration part of her staffing to the director. How you doing? Good morning. For the, for the administration staffing, is it 302 or is it 14? Due to your chart, chair to the director.
Through the through the chair to the councilwoman, thank you for your questions. Good to see you today. Our administrative division is relatively small compared to the operational divisions within the department. So we were budgeted for a headcount of 9 for 2025. We transferred folks from the operational divisions into administration. Those people were doing administrative type work that supports the operations. And so we increased our headcount to 17 for 2026, but it does not impact our operations because they're doing administrative work.
Okay. And one more question to the administration.
We can't hear you down here, Councilwoman.
Thank you. Okay. One more question. For the administration head count that you just stated, that is 17, is part of the administration head count your employees that work in the rec per se? Are they part of the administration of the operation of the staffing?
Great question. Through the councilman, or through the chair to the councilwoman, no. All of our operational folks remain in the operational divisions. We simply moved people who were performing administrative work from the operational divisions to the administrative divisions because we want to standardize and refine and improve our administrative ability to support the operations.
And chair to the director, everyone works here in the building on the first floor of the administration operations in your office here at City Hall.
So our administrative, through the chair to the councilwoman, our administrative team is spread throughout the city, 49th Street, Public Auditorium, City Hall. We are recommended in the master plan to have a sort of Parks and Recreation headquarters. That is not something we've yet spent a lot of time working on. We've been spending more time building brick by brick the operational or the administrative functions of our department so that we can get out of the weeds and focus on high level, where are we going? So it can be a bit challenging right now because our folks are a little bit spread out, but I think through Teams, through Outlook, through Microsoft tools, we're able to communicate very effectively with one another. It would just be nicer if we were all in one consolidated location.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilwoman Gray. Staff, can we read in the next section?
Page 179, Division of Urban Forestry, Commissioner Phil Joubert. Page 180, Salaries, 2025 unaudited, $1,119,741. 2026 budgeted, $1,718,189. Page 181, total expenditures, 2025 unaudited, $3,917,778. 2026 budgeted, $4,990,235. And page 182, staffing, 2025 actual 17, 2026 budgeted 28, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you, Ms. Saban. Director, can you introduce your guest? It's the first time he's been at the table.
Thank you to the council member. I appreciate introducing today Phil Joubert, who is our Urban Forestry Commissioner. Phil has over 20 years of experience in urban forestry, has a degree from University of Minnesota in this subject area. Phil previously owned a private urban forestry company, which I think lends itself to having great operational efficiencies from a government perspective. And Phil was most recently employed by the city of Alexandria in Virginia, which is a large metropolitan suburb doing urban forestry work. It's an honor to be able to recruit this level of talent. And I would also like to share that Phil was recently acknowledged by the Urban Forestry Society as one of the top-level professionals in the country, and he will be traveling to a leadership development program offered through that organization, I believe, next week. So with that, I will turn this over for any questions that you may have. Thank
Yes,
you.
yes. So just real quickly, some of the metrics on 179. I see we dropped grinding stumps from 2024 to 2025. Why did we drop so drastically grinding stumps? Are we going to try to keep that as a focus in the new year or what?
Thank you, Chair. So there's a few reasons why actually the stumps were really elevated in 2024. There was a large storm that caused a lot of removals. So typically when we remove trees, we try to remove that stump within a couple days afterwards, after that utility locate is completed, so we don't forget about the stump. But when there's a large storm response, we have to handle the emergencies first. So a lot of stumps were just pushed to the side. We have an elevated rate of stumps actually in 2024. Into 2025, that decreased. We did not have a large storm this year, but there was some residuals from the 2024 storm.
Okay, and keeping on to the metrics, staying on that topic, I see we had an increase in trees pruned and a decrease in trees removed. Can you talk about going forward? What's the plan in 2026?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Tree removals are going to be variable from year to year. Storms is going to be kind of that big factor of that changes that variability. Typically for a city of this size, my rule of thumb is 1,000 tree removals per year. Some years it's going to be more, some years it's going to be less. We did have that big storm in 2024, so there was an increase, and it just dropped off this year. The tree pruning, though, metrics is really important. You can see a drastic increase. That was specifically due to the grant that we obtained through the USDA, and we can apply some of those funds to that maintenance. There has been a maintenance backlog for a number of years, so we dedicated some of those funds to try to play catch up there. That's why you're going to see the big increase on pruning. Also, what's not delineated in these metrics, but I hope to evolve with Urban AI and our analytics team, is that our tree emergency responses are not taking a part of this. So we actually have, they're called 1033s in our system. That does include emergency tree prunes, like for snapped limbs. That does include emergency tree removals. And that's really not captured here. So not only did additional grant dollars influence the increase of output for tree pruning, but we have to kind of consider all the emergencies that we do for tree pruning as well.
Okay, all right. And another question, with our vacant lots, the properties that the city own in vacant lots and trees on vacant lots, what's our game plan? Because I get a lot of calls from folks saying there's a tree in this lot and it's hanging over my garage, or can you cut this down, or there's limbs, I'm scared it's gonna hit my house, and this is a vacant lot. Nobody is taking care of this. What's our strategy on that, Commissioner?
Thank you, Chair. So I was sworn in November, and that's probably been the top comment and complaint that I've received so far. We are actually in active negotiations with the Vacant Lot Division in Public Works. So last year was the first year we became our own division. We were in Public Works. We were merged with Park Maintenance and Properties. So we moved departments, and now we split off into our own division. One of the things that actually stayed in the Public Work Department was the management of tree care with that vacant lots team. I want to bring that over to Urban Forestry. We need to have our experts taking care of those situations. A lot of those tree needs on vacant properties are actually hazardous in nature. They might be truly be emergencies. So we've had 2 meetings with the vacant lots teams over there to bring those administrative duties and execution duties to the Urban Forestry team.
Okay, yeah, this body would definitely be interested in to see how that works. And we're gonna have a committee, and we're gonna drilled down on that, because this is important. We need to, we can't have everything. Just like if you're at home, if I keep my socks in this drawer over here and I keep my tie over here in this drawer and I keep stuff over in this other, we need to have a centralized location for, if it's trees, we need to have it in urban forestry. I'm not exactly sure why 5 different departments is handling trees. So we are very interested in that. Sticking to the budgetary questions, on page 180, under public employee retirement systems, we have wild swings in those figures right there, Director. Why? What's the reason for that?
So to the chair. So all this again is related to increases in the salaries. So if you go down to the benefits, what we had budgeted was for the retirement system was $422,000. We only spent $152,000. So now we're budgeting less to be more in line with what we're actually going to put, into the retirement system. And there were the 3% increases for employees, so that'll raise the amount a bit, but we don't think it's going to get up to that $422,000 amount that we budgeted last year. And then also looking at page 182, if you look at the head count, it's staying stable. So it's really just the raises and then the extra costs related to those for this particular division that, that's the reason for the increase, or actually the decrease over the last year's budgeted for the retirement system, but we expect there to be an increase in actual spending on the retirement system because of the raises we gave.
Okay, under on page 180 under utilities, explain for the total utilities. Explain the differences in the year-to-year totals on that line item, Director.
So to the chair, so again, this is us looking at what we budgeted last year versus what was actually spent. And what was actually spent was significantly less than what we had budgeted. So now we're budgeting more in line with what we actually are spending, accordingly.
So, Director, why do we have such overinflated figures when we budget for, over the past?
To the chair. So when they became a new department, they kind of had to split up utilities. They had to split out interdepartmental charges. So they kind of tried to do that equally. But most of the utilities are actually charged under park maintenance budget. So you'll see they actually kind of overspent in that area. So we shifted that to make it so it's in the correct area. So you'll see that budget increase in utilities when we get to park maintenance.
Okay, all right, thank you. And okay, that's all the questions I have for urban forestry. I'm gonna go to Councilman Brian Casey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, to the CFO, I just want to try to clarify something. You had just mentioned when the chairman was asking you about PERS, you had mentioned because there was a police increase. I want to make sure, Mr. Chairman, to the CFO, that if PERS or dental or vision or anything like that is in a department, that's just the amount that we're paying for the employees of that department, correct? I mean, we're not taking the whole city, and taking everything and dividing it and then just doing it that way. We're just paying for that department, correct?
Yeah, through the chair to the councilman, that's correct. Every time you see the benefits, and the pay, it's for that specific department and that head count.
Okay, I just wanted to make, because when you had mentioned there was a police increase, we know that they had to pay, but.
Yeah, through the chair to the councilman, I may have misspoke.
That's
a pay increase, not a police increase.
Okay, I just want to make sure that what's in the book is just for those departments, and it's not like we're just taking the whole city, dividing it by whatever, and charging each department. Okay. Mr. Chairman, to the director, on page 180, under contractual services, the $2 million, is that for Van Kuren? Or the new commissioner? By the way, welcome.
Yeah, thank you.
It's good to meet you.
So Through the chair to the councilman, they can expand a little bit on the specific programs, but the 2 million is for Snyder Blake, tree pruning, and tree planting under the other contractual.
All right. So, Mr. Chairman, to the director, is $2 million enough for contractual services for the tree removal, planting, pruning, whatever it is that we use them for throughout the whole year?
Through the chair to the council member, I appreciate this question. Having a urban forestry division that is now separately defined from parks is going to give us an opportunity to assess and analyze the scope of services that we are contracting out, and also the scope of services that we can perform in-house. At this time, I would say that the amount of money we are budgeting for tree pruning and removal is primarily related to storm events. As we assess and improve our ability to maintain our urban tree canopy, we expect to need less money because we don't expect that the storm damage would be as severe. So
All right.
currently, yes. In the future, probably less.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, to the director, we have a certain set of standards when we send our own urban foresters out to remove a tree or prune them or do whatever they do. Do we hold the contractors to the same level as we expect our own employees to perform at?
That's a great question. To the chair, to the council person, they are an extension of us. We work with our contractors daily. There's full communication with them on a daily basis. We also have regular check-in meetings with their staff as well. Also, to kind of elaborate on Director Nichols here, the $2 million is a comfortable amount. There are industry comparable reports that are published, and I think it's important for the council to understand that when this division was created, that kind of the higher end numbers, the total budget is really in alignment with other cities of this size. So that also made it attractive for someone like me who knows budgets really well, that the city of Cleveland is I would say average. We aren't dealing with a lot of shortfalls. With contracted amount though, it's a comfortable amount. We do have to anticipate storms as well, which you just don't know what you're going to spend each year, so you have to set aside funds. But Van Kuren and other contractors, I consider an extension of us.
Okay, so I asked that, Mr. Chairman, to the director because the chairman touched on it just briefly, and that's the stumps, right? So what is the rule of thumb when a tree comes down? Because we have stumps sitting out there for years and years and years where a tree has come down. So what is the rule of thumb that once a tree comes down, that stump comes removed shortly after?
Through the chair to the council person, typically 5 to 8 days. On average, I would say what's acceptable is about 3 weeks, just because it depends on the time of the season. So during spring and summer, when we have to move crews around, including contractor crews, to respond to true emergencies, the stumps might be a little more delayed, where they'll have to set dedicated crews and days for the stumps.
We understand things happen, right? But you're telling us that, Mr. Chairman, to the commissioner, that once a tree is removed, we as a council and that resident can hope for 5 days, right? But maybe expect 3 weeks.
Yes.
Okay, so we're going to hold you to that, okay? Because the history is forever, that sometimes they never come back. And then on top of that, what is the standard for the tree lawn restoration? Because what we're seeing a lot of is this, they'll stump it, they'll leave the chips, and they'll never come back, or they'll just throw some grass seed on top of the chips, or maybe throw a little bit of dirt down. And residents are expecting where the tree was removed to look like the rest of the tree lawn, and it just never pans out that way.
Yeah, through the chair to the council person, from what I understand, meeting with all my staff members, this is an issue that's also been brought up multiple times. Historically, the process has actually changed multiple times, which has caused, I think, confusion to the community and set inconsistent expectations. Contractually, we're supposed to remove most of the debris. We can rake some of the debris back into that hole. We're supposed to top dress it with soil, then throw down some lawn seed. We do not throw down sod.
Right. No, I get that. All right. And we expect that job to be done. What would be the time frame, Mr. Chairman, to the community, or to the commissioner, to the community, to the commissioner?
Through the chair to the council person at the time of stump grinding.
Okay. So when a tree comes down, I just want to make sure that we're perfectly clear here. A tree comes down for whatever reason. Tree stump, possibly 5 days, maybe 3 weeks. So within a month of, now we understand pending weather and all that other stuff, but within a month, we should expect the tree to be gone, the stump to be gone, and the tree lawn to be restored.
Correct.
Okay, correct. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Director.
All right, thank you, Councilman Casey. Next, we're going to go to, well, Councilman Jones not here. Councilman Chris Harsh.
Okay, thank you, Chairman Bishop. Good morning, Commissioner Joubert. Some of the questions I'm going to ask, I was going to ask when we scheduled our meeting, but
Yes.
you canceled on me. So
I owe
here we
you
are
a copy.
meeting for the first time. It wasn't supposed to be our first time.
Correct.
Okay. It stood me up at a coffee shop, like a date missing my date.
Yeah, I made a few phone calls.
Through the chair, the metrics on page 179. I appreciate the fact that the department has increased the number of new planteds from a woeful 15 to an embarrassing 62 to at least a 3-digit 397. And I know that you're new to this, new here. But I compare that to trees removed, which was 1,300, 1,500, and 699. And those numbers, we never want to see the new planted lower than the removed. That's deforestation. Through the chair, what is your plan to get the number of new trees planted higher than the number of trees removed?
So, through the chair to the council person, first we have to bring that data forward. Recently here, within the last month or so, we worked with Urban Analytics to actually adopt our replacement ratio as a metric that we're going to report that would be on next year's scorecard, essentially. So how many trees are we removing versus planting? So our replacement ratio has to be at least above 1.
Right.
Right now it's below 1. So first, bringing the data forward. Second, historically, it wasn't its own division, but the tree people, they offset the responsibility of planting to third-party nonprofits. Cleveland Tree Coalition's the primary partner, but there are other nonprofits that do a lot of tree planting.
Through the chair, do you track their planting numbers as well?
Historically, the staff did not track that. However, they are planting those trees on public property, so we need to be tracking that. And I'm working closely with our partners right now so we can consolidate that data and we can report it in an objective, clear fashion. Something else, each year we have to apply to become a Tree City USA. That's just not an automatic. And each year we have to report our metrics. And so these metrics are reflective of what we report there. But right now, our partners are planting a lot of trees on public property that just are not being captured. What you're seeing here is internal staff in our Go ahead.
Through the chair, do you suspect that the total number of plantings in the city of Cleveland last year exceeded the total number of trees removed?
Yes.
Okay. Through the chair, could the commissioner provide us the total number of trees still scheduled for removal and their location? It's like a spreadsheet.
Through the chair to the council member, I don't believe we have this information at this time, but we can provide it after the meeting as a part of our budget hearing
I
follow-up.
didn't mean like right now. I meant later on.
for sure.
Give me a list of where the trees that are going to be removed are located. Sometimes I like to reach out to residents before a tree is cut down. Believe it or not, I do get calls from residents who are upset about missing trees. I get quite a few of them actually. And typically my first line of response is maybe it was diseased, but then they go over and they take a picture of the stump, and the stump is not diseased wood, and they get more upset. I have a lot of folks in my neighborhood who view Old Brooklyn as a good, healthy canopy, and I have neighbors like directly across the street who bought their house because of the trees, and then they immediately started watching them get it cut down, and it kind of like hurt them, like, you know. So it would be good to know where the trees that are planned for removal are, so that we can sometimes do a little preemptive work. And then also for the same, through the chair to the commissioner, for the stumps. Do we know where they're all located? Do we have an inventory of them, and can we get a copy of that list so we can see where they're at in the neighborhood?
Yes.
Okay. On that same subject, through the chair, what is the reason for bringing down trees that don't appear unhealthy? I know what a dead tree looks like, I know what a diseased tree looks like, and I know what a living tree looks like, and sometimes we bring down living trees. What would be the reasons for that?
To the chair, to the council person. So our standard obviously is not to remove a healthy tree. We need to preserve our canopy in every way we can. When we have to make a tough decision to remove the tree, usually it's in collaboration either on the site reviews and those partners and developers, or because there's an infrastructure issue, typically underground, sewer, water, natural gas. Enbridge does have to remove a lot of trees, unfortunately, because that tree itself is an impediment for access to restore utilities.
Yeah, I understand some of those, and through the chair, you know, when a tree is dead, it comes down, nobody gets confused. But when a street tree is not associated with the person who lives in a street tree on a tree lawn that appeared healthy and nobody complained about, gets cut down, and the owner of the house that tree was in front of calls me to say the tree was fine. Do you know why a tree in that situation might have been removed? It had nothing to do with gas.
Through the chair to the council person, historically, the staff members did not track the reason why a tree was removed. If you go into the historical data, I can't tell you why a tree was removed at that location. About 3 weeks ago, on the CityWorks tool and platform that Director Nichols mentioned at the beginning of this presentation, we actually worked with IT to customize so we can have that drop-down field. We have 5 menu items now where when our arborists are going out, they're going to mention in that drop-down why that tree was removed.
Okay, that'd be great. Through the chair, the city's always had a conflict with whether or not to plant street trees with or without the support of the person whose house the tree would be in front of, with the argument being that it's a really tough call. Some people, some areas, you won't have people who want to plant trees, but you can't deforest the city because people don't understand the value of trees, so you've just got to put one there anyway. And then some people say, yeah, but then that person will go out, poison, cut, whatever, destroy the tree, so we're wasting money. Where do you fall in the terms of, like, you know, we need trees, we're going to plant them whether you like them or not, versus we will only plant trees when we have the support of the homeowner? Where do you fall in that spectrum?
Through the chair to the council person, great question. Urban forestry is community forestry. I do recognize that trees placed in front of people's homes, they might have a personal connection to, or an obstruction if they do not want a tree planted. I think that trees live potentially 80 to 120 to 180 years old in our forest. So they're going to live much longer than we. I think that it's one part education, but also incentives. What I did with the last city I came from, I worked with the sewer department specifically, and they helped lower water bills if trees were planted in people's front yards and on the boulevards, and if people accepted those. Is that going to happen here? I don't know, but I'm having those conversations with other departments and divisions of how can we also provide incentives. Education is typically, though, not enough, but one other key element to this is volunteers, the importance of volunteers. Volunteers not only keep our costs down with contracted dollars, but they're very visible, and they can spend that dedicated time when they're in the community, they're planting one tree across the street, and then the other neighbors see that visibility, then they can strike up those conversations. Okay. So it's multifaceted.
Okay, through the chair, will you be able to plant trees in a person's front yard or only in their tree lawn?
As of right now, only the tree lawn.
Okay. Through the chair, there's also something in Cleveland called the Tree Preservation Fund. It was part of a overhaul to some development work we did a few years ago. Are you utilizing this fund? Are you aware of the fund, and are you utilizing it currently?
To the chair, to the council person, I'm aware of the fund. It's not under the administration of urban forestry, although we can use those dollars.
Okay.
And from what I understand, those dollars have not been spent.
Okay. Through the chair to, well, I don't know, the Director of Policy and Research, can we get an accounting of the Tree Preservation Fund? Whoever has that, I don't know where, somebody, CFO, you've got it, right? Okay. As well, broken down at least by the amount of money put into it each year and the amount of money taken out of it each year. Through the chair, I'll just wrap up here. I don't want to put 15 members of council in a line and tell you which one is the most environmentally, the biggest cheerleader, but if there's a threshold for Lorax World, I'm well past it, right? I've planted 5 trees on my property. If I was in your position, I would never cut down a tree in the city of Cleveland. I would tell everybody that they're living creatures. They die on their own. They will fall down when they're dead, and we don't need to remove them. They will just take care of themselves. But I understand that we live in a city and we have to be a little bit preemptive. But I want to urge you to embrace our canopy. We have the Emerald Necklace around Cleveland, and there is no bad reason to plant a tree. There are only good reasons to plant trees. I don't care about sewer and water. The trees lived on this planet before we did. So we need to have them, and let's plant as many as we possibly can.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilman Harsh. Thank you, Councilman Harsh. I'm going to go to Councilman Jones, and I'm going to come back to Councilman Haley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your consideration. Just looking here, Mr. Chairman, first of all, welcome to, this is my first time, Mr. Chairman, are you a commissioner? Okay. Mr. Chairman, can you be so kind to tell me, what's your name?
Bill Jubert.
Bill? That's okay. All right, thank you. I got you. Jubert. And who is, Mr. Chairman, to Mr. Jubert, your administrative manager?
Assistant Director Sydney Johnson. That's who I report to.
Okay, that's who you report to. So who is your administrative manager?
Kate Stanley.
And you report to Sydney Johnson?
Correct.
And what's Sydney Johnson? She is yours, okay. And who is your deputy commissioner?
Currently, we do not have one.
You don't have a deputy commissioner?
Correct. It's vacant.
Okay. What happened to Jennifer Kipp?
Through the chair to the council member, Jennifer Kipp remains with the department. We are looking at restructuring the department and how we best meet the needs of the community and improve our ability to provide urban forestry services. And Jennifer Kipp's role, the forestry manager role remains. However,
So
the
is
highest
she still
level,
doing forestry management?
we still have Jennifer Kipp in forestry management, and I think adding a deputy commissioner position is an opportunity for growth for any of our staff members. When we posted the position for urban forestry commissioner, we had several people in the division of urban forestry apply, and she would be welcome to apply for that position.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, if I could, and I know you have a way you run your committee, what I want to do is use parliamentary procedure to rescind my time so I can have more time to ask the questions I need to if it don't seem like, Mr. Chairman, that a director or a commissioner is direct with answering the question. So Mr. Chairman, I want to go into some lines of questions, and the reason why I put that there in that way is I don't have a lot of time. And so I need to be able to get the answers I'm asking for. I asked you what happened to Jennifer Kipp, and you said it was an administrative move. So what is, Mr. Chairman, to the director, Jennifer Kipp's position and her title?
To the chair, to the council member, Jennifer Kipp is the manager of forestry, urban forestry. That title remains.
So she's the manager of urban forestry.
That is correct.
So let me say this, Mr. Chairman, to the director, because I've had a chance to work with Jennifer Kipp for a long time. I hope Mr. Jubert is going to be just as accessible as she was. And I would like to have your information because I used to call Jennifer Kipp on the weekends, at night times, whenever I had a problem. And the issue is, Mr. Chairman, is being able to provide services to our constituency base. And when they have a problem and there's an issue and there's a storm and they can't get in contact with you guys because your numbers ain't working during normal times at night, then they call in my office or they're calling my home. And I've even had, Mr. Chairman, the director, they've even knocked on my door because they all know where I live at and they all have my cell phone. So if I don't answer my cell phone, they're knocking on my door. And so I want to be able to call you, Mr. Jubert, and I'd like to sit down with you to talk about, some of the issues off the table that we have. And one of them, and I've heard some of my colleagues talk about this, and I know that Jennifer Kipp took care of it, but previously, before I got on the council, they was doing the tree stumps, and they were tearing them up, and they were leaving all that mess. Well, you can't leave that mess on those people's tree lawns and expect for senior citizens to be able to get that stuff up. So I need you guys to be able to be accessible, and I want to thank, and I wrote some of these addresses down. There was at 15011 Judson Avenue on February 25th. You don't have to write it down if you don't want to. It's not, just saying thank you to your team who, when I called them, they got out there and took care of it. And we've had a number of those kinds of issues where we have trees that are like cracking and falling apart. And I have brought some of that to the attention previously of administrations. That's why I'm glad that we've broken that big department up into smaller parts. And I think that breaking it up into smaller parts will have better accountability. And so I'm hoping that as we now realize the breakup of these departments, that we do have the flexibility. Now, Mr. Chairman, moving to production. I'm glad that you are, and you've had, Mr. Jubert, your own business, so then you are going to understand exactly what I'm going to say in this next line, Mr. Chairman, is we have, I heard Snyder Blake, and then you have, what's the other company you have? Ben Karen. Those are two big companies. I'm not so sure if are they out of the city of Cleveland?
Through the chair to the council person, Snyder Blake is an administrative contractor that's broad. Van Kuren was recently purchased by Davey Tree, the largest tree service in the world. They're going through some changes right now. Van Kuren does have multiple contracts throughout the city. They're outside urban forestry. Their primary duty is actually with Cleveland Power, so they do all the electrical clearance as well.
So, Mr. Chairman, I guess my question, let me redefine it, is are these businesses that are operating that's doing our urban forestry and cutting and snipping and cutting trees down and grinding, are they facilities located in the city of Cleveland?
No.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I just want to say this because this is important in terms of the redevelopment and the rebuilding of the city of Cleveland, is to make sure that those companies, and we've seen this on a national level, where the president said, hey, we ain't gonna do no business with you unless you're back into our United States. We should be the same way right here at this table, a new policy for both administrations and the council, that we give and we reward people who have their businesses located physically in the city of Cleveland. Because if we want to talk about how we improve the economy of our city, we should have these businesses that we're giving these major contracts to, they should reside here if all possible. And if they can't reside here, Mr. Chairman, I would suggest that we start subcontracting the work out. So now we're finna get to subcontracting work. We have a whole lot of trees that need to be cut down. And as you have had your own business, you know that some of these businesses' prices, and I don't need to tell you because you already know, because I already know too, are exorbitant. And they're charging the city too much. So what are we doing to cut our cost with really truly creating competition in our local market spaces, because we do have African American business owners in the city of Cleveland who do this kind of work.
Through the chair to the council person, great question, great thoughts too. Appreciate the feedback. Historically, we've ran a reactionary program which keeps our cost high. Right now, when you look at our costs, we're trending over $400 per prune on an individual unit. That actually is.
You can cut a tree down for that almost. And if you add
it's-
another 800 to it, you got a whole tree down at least 75 feet. I know that to be the case because I had to go out and start, Mr. Chairman, to the distinguished gentleman, I've had to go out and get bids to do a number of tree drops throughout Northeast Ohio. So explain how much that cost was again, just to do a pruning?
For about a little over $400 is what we're averaging right now per prune. But to kind of go deeper there, when you run a reactionary program, you're going to run a more expensive program because of windshield time. We're over 80 square miles, which is a relatively large city. So when you are doing a tree care in a reactionary way, you're spending a lot of time on moving vegetation and traveling to sites that you could be spent in a more productive manner if you're going street by street in a more proactive manner. So number one, how can we switch from a reactive program to a proactive is top of my agenda so we can lower those costs.
Were you a part of the program last year, Mr. Chairman?
No,
to
sir.
Mr. Jubert, you didn't do anything last year with that?
I just started sworn in middle of November, so we are looking at those ways and those mechanisms on how we can get more proactive.
I see. And Mr. Chairman, I would suggest that, and I'm not sure if it was your company, so I won't even comment about this. I'm not sure if it was your company. It may have been someone else's company, where they actually came up on my property and started pruning my trees. And so I didn't know anything about it, Mr. Chairman. So when I got a chance to get out there to try to deal with the issue, they were gone. So, but with that being said, Mr. Chairman, can you put me back on?
Yes, thank you, Councilman Jones. We appreciate your line of question. I'm going to go to, next, I'm going to go to Council Lady Nikki Hudson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the chair to Commissioner Jubert, nice to see you here. Excited to work with you on trees in the city of Cleveland. Briefly, can you let us know what the tree canopy coverage is in the city of Cleveland right now?
Through the chair to the councilwoman, the short answer is we're hovering around 17%, but the real answer that you guys deserve is that it depends on who you ask. In 1998, the American Forest Society came out and said, hey, cities should adopt a canopy standard. They should shoot for 40%. It sounded nice. Many cities tried to adopt that. But realistically, depending on where you are in the country, most cities some should be at 70%, some should actually only be 15%, depending on their native vegetation. The Cleveland Tree Coalition, they ran a study many years ago what our canopy percentage is. But when you are using these vendors to calculate that and determine that, there is a lot of human error. If you contact 10 vendors, you're going to get 10 different answers. We like to use the rule of thumb that whatever the measurement that you're using is, it could be 5% lower or 5% higher. But to make it simple, you just have to adopt one number. And so we use what the Cleveland Tree Coalition developed many years ago.
And so approximately 17%?
That's the number we're using right now, correct?
And ideally, through the chair, what would be the preferred tree canopy for the city of Cleveland?
So we used to be called the Forest City. Our canopy percentage was well above 80%. The short answer is, though, I can't give you an answer right now. That's going to take some time for us to really develop that framework. Something that's really important to understand is that around 2017, the American Forest Foundation, they backed off of having a canopy percentage because it created some errors. It created some misalignment. They recognized the importance of a canopy goal, but the way that they broadcasted of what cities should adopt did create unintended consequences. So new forms of canopy goals are coming out on the market right now, including one that I hope to adopt in the near future, is that a canopy goal is also when a resident can see 3 trees from outside their window. That gets that goal more localized. That's really spreading throughout Europe right now. So canopy goals are evolving, and what should Cleveland be? The answer is, I'll follow up with you, but we need more trees.
And so through the chair, in 2018, through the leadership of former Councilman Matt Zone, we passed the tree preservation plan. Has our tree canopy improved, to your knowledge, or worsened since the passage of that ordinance?
So we have not done a canopy study since many years ago, but it's the hypothesis of many here locally that our canopy percentage will likely bottom out about 14%. So when we do the next canopy study, it'll likely show another decrease.
So we've actually gotten worse since the passage of that ordinance.
It's a hypothesis, and we'll do the measurement with the study.
Thank you. And so through the chair, that ordinance also established the tree preservation fund that Councilman Chris Harsh mentioned earlier. And this is for through the chair to the finance director, where can we find that amount in the budget?
Through the chair to the councilwoman, I apologize. Can you repeat the question?
Where can we find the amount of the tree preservation fund in the budget?
To the chair, the councilperson, that's a special fund, so it's not actually in the annually appropriated budget. We're actually going to get per the request, we're going to get the balance and the history of the fund, of how much is went in and how much went out to the staff members to provide.
Thank you. And through the chair to Commissioner Joubert, I believe you do know the approximate amount of that fund because we spoke about it at the last Urban Forestry Commission. Can you let us know what the approximate balance of that fund is?
Yeah, through the chair to the council person. So it was verbally told to me that is approximately $18,000 to $19,000. I do not have access to that fund. It's not under my division, nor is it under the Department of Rec. It's actually in finance. So that was a verbal quote.
And through the chair, for a city of this size and given the amount of time that the fund has been in existence, what would your estimate be that the fund should be at this point?
Through the chair to the council person, in short, most of our tree planting should be self-funded through the tree preservation fund if a city is executing that correctly. I did not know how long that fund has been in existence. I guess relatively new ish. But I come from a city where 160,000 people, and I was on average anywhere between $1.5 to $1.8 million. When I look at the architecture of what you guys have here in the city, we should be collecting a lot of those revenue dollars through the site plan process. Developers are more than happy to pay and compensate us so we can actually add more trees. When one tree has to be removed, can we get 3 to 6 trees out of that? So it's just been an underutilized tool prior, and I expect that fund to drastically increase, specifically because we're becoming more involved on the planning process.
Okay, thank you. You mentioned that the trees planted last year might be, the number through the chair, that the number might be should be higher because of the partnership with nonprofits. Would you commit to working with our trusted nonprofit partners in planting more trees in the future to help boost that number even further?
Through the chair to the council person, absolutely. Again, it's not just urban forestry, it's community forestry. One of my initiatives is actually to get the SFI, Sustainable Forestry Initiative qualification, where they certify the community forest of the city of Cleveland. That is not a departmental venture exclusively. That actually you work in coordination with your nonprofit partners, and you obtain that certification at a community level, not just department level.
Thank you. And through the chair, Which neighborhoods specifically tend to have the worst tree canopy? Are they the wealthier neighborhoods, or are they the more historically redlined neighborhoods?
Through the chair to the council person, historically it's the red line neighborhoods, and also when we're thinking about canopy, as a scientist we look at health of the canopy too. So just because there's actually a lot of canopy in some areas doesn't mean that forest is healthy. So we look at canopy from a lot of different dimensions. But if you're looking for quantity, the east side is typically where we're not seeing the replacements. And it's important to clarify that most of our canopy does come from the private property owners. So we can provide guidance, we have ordinances, but really we are there to influence them in a positive direction to plant trees. So, but typically the east side is lower in canopy.
Thank you. One final point. I'm excited to hear about your plan for incentives for people to plant trees, either on their property or on the tree lawn. It was actually part of my platform, so I'd be very interested in working with you on that going forward.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Council Lady. Next, I'm going to go to Councilman Starr.
So I got my timer right. No, real quick, I don't have much questions related to the budget or anything. Just wanted to make sure I do at least ask when it comes to the maintenance contract where I see that it says 27,500. When you mean, what does that actually entail as? Is that one contract or multiple contracts? On page 181 under maintenance? On page 181, when it says maintenance, and under maintenance it says maintenance contracts. In 2025 unaudited, it was 1,848, and then in 2025 you adopted 27,500, and then budgeted 27,500. What does that actually entail, or what does that mean?
Director, you want to take that? Director, you want to take that question?
Okay. Through the chair to the council member, I appreciate this question, and it's something we're going to have to look into a little bit less. I think what these numbers tell me is that we had intentions of using money, obviously, for maintenance outside of storm damaged tree maintenance. And we only spent just over $1,800 last year. We are gonna look into this and see what we spent the money on, so we can understand the intentions when this was established. As Commissioner Joubert mentioned earlier, he only started in the last quarter of the year, so he hasn't had enough time to really assess and understand. But this is a great question. Thank you.
Thank you. And then under, that's a great answer as well, because I want to learn more. I do not want to be.
Councilman, Director had a comment
So
on your
through the
question.
chair to the councilman, I was just going to shed a little bit more light on from a budgeting point of view. I mean, obviously, we want to make sure that Parks and Rec has as much maintenance as they need. Last year, they obviously didn't need the full amount. But from a budget point of view and from meetings with Parks and Rec, we felt like they may need that $27,500 this year. So I just wanted to follow up on a finance point of view.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Yes, I definitely wanted to ask those questions just so I can understand. I do not want to be one of the council members who just don't understand. I know, quick summary, I remember when I first got in office and Landmarks gave me an earful when I was like, well, some of these things just need to come down because it's just been eyesore. And they were like, well, no, you don't know about the construction, how it was built, how to preserve. And then I said, well, I'm going to stop saying that. And I don't want to be a stippler like some of these trees just need to go without even understanding what is going on and what happens. Obviously, what trees bring from an environmental standpoint, the oxygen, the air, those things are very important. But when you heard when my colleague, Councilwoman Hudson asked, like, what trees have been not preserved, where are the maintenance not being taken care of, is it in certain areas or certain neighborhoods? So, Commissioner, through the chair, you got your hands full. And I'll be the first to tell you, some of my colleagues have had great success with working with your division and your department. Me, I have not. I've done a ride along with the previous manager, Ms. Kipp, and I was trying to get understanding. And then next thing you know, I will tell you I am the one that will take pictures. I will do ride-alongs. I will point out to the tree to say, hey, who's responsible? Because the residents will call me and send it to me, and I like to make sure they are informed so we make sure we are all on the same page. Because what happens is I may think something and say something that is completely opposite of what the actual truth is, and I'm like to make sure they understand what happens. Because sometimes, you know, for example, from East 40th in Central to Cedar, we had trees hanging down, and I was told basically by the last person that if it's not in the clear pathway of you walking as a pedestrian, we don't have to cut it. And then also, it was residents who mentioned in areas in Ward 5, if the trees is growing through the telephone lines or different things, I was told that you gotta go through the state audit, some department, commissioner, to find out whose line it is, because we don't know who line it is, and we don't know who's responsible for the maintenance, whether it's the light, the telephone, all type of different things. And I'm like, they're just talking about if something goes wrong and this tree is going through the lines, it's gonna be problematic. And so those kind of things are stuff that I definitely want to make sure you have enough dollars in your budget to be able to maintain. And then also some of the things where we thinking about as far as a planting process. Because, you know, I tell you, like one of my colleagues told me, I knew this back in the 70s. When I was here, we told y'all when y'all planting these trees all over the place, and if you plant them and you don't got a plan, it's gonna be problematic in the future. Now, 48 years later, we got the same issues. And we don't wanna say this for the next council 50 years from now, that they're gonna have the same issue. So we're going to need you and your leadership and your experience to be able to help us come up with a plan to not just plant trees, but also how do we maintain them? What does it actually look like? Because if we just plant them and we don't know who's maintaining them, it becomes nothing but a burden. And even thinking about that, I know I have some businesses who said on the front of their curbs downtown that they put trees there, and now you can't see the sign of their business. So it's one of those strategic plans that I think we're going to be able to work with you through a hearing to see what we can do through Chairman Bishop, and that's all I really have. I definitely will dive deeper into our hearing about how we can work together, and I yield, Chair.
All right, thank you, Councilman Starr. Councilman Mike Polensek is next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, my honorable colleagues. To the new commissioner, welcome. By the way, where'd you come from? What city or municipality?
To the chair, to the council, Minneapolis.
Minneapolis, okay. Escaping Minneapolis, okay. I don't blame you. But anyway, okay. On page, you mentioned on page 180, it was Councilman Casey raised a question. If you could give us the breakdown of the contractual services, would be very helpful. Then on page 182, you have under administrative support to the director and to the commissioner, you have 5 field operation foresters. Then you have in this budget 9 arborists 1, and arborists 2 you have 7. Give me the explanation, the difference between a 1 and a 2 arborist.
Through the chair to the council, great questions. Let me start on the personnel side of things first. So those are going to be our union representatives or union workers.
Right.
Typically, their skill sets around length of time of climbing. So can they rig? That's a specialized skill. They can use ropes to lower things in controlled fashion. It takes usually a few years to develop those techniques. Also, earning your CDL license so you can drive some of our larger trucks would also qualify a person to get to that Arborist 2 position. So Arborist 1 would be entry level. Arborist 2 would be our more advanced level. It would come with a pay increase. And something I do want to add, because I think it's really important, even though you did not ask it specifically, has been some attrition a little bit at that workforce level. One of the reasons that I've identified why is that for the entry-level position, the ARB1 position, it required 2 years of experience. And that there was a lot of people that would apply for these positions that wanted to be an arborist,
Right.
but they didn't meet that minimum qualification. Frankly, that's nonsense. Hopefully I can use that word here at council. You should be training and uplifting your staff as entry-level employees. I'm 40 now, I started this when I was 18. But your entry-level employees that come with the right mindset, that understand the working conditions, working outside, they can be trained. So you need that training mindset, but you also need those enthusiastic people.
Okay.
So that's the difference there. Going to the contracted services, this year we are assigning approximately $1.5 million to Van Kuren to handle tree removals and tree prunings and stumps. We have to leave a little gap there because we do not know what we're going to anticipate for storm work. So we have kind of an insurance policy there. And also, Mike, historically, the department or the staff did not have a plant health care contract. I'm looking to put an RFP out this year where we have a plant health care contract where we are preserving trees by saving them from insects and diseases that are killing our trees. Historically, we're losing a lot of trees in our canopy due to things that we could have actually solved and saved the tree. So I'm
Right.
looking to put out another contract for that.
Okay. So, has there been, and this is going to the director and to the finance director as well, has there been any talk or discussion of setting up I don't want to say a training program, but an apprenticeship program? Because I know an individual who's had inquired, contacted my office, looking at, I guess there was an open position, but you had to have X number of years experience. And this was just a guy who wanted to get the experience but didn't have it. So what are we doing we have people who need jobs, who want jobs, who would like to work for the city, maybe interested in what do we do to put that together, create a training program, in-house training program? Whoever can.
Through the chair of the councilman, I can address that through finance. I know the director has been big, and when we were on administration, there were questions about why there was increased training budget.
Right.
This is exactly the reason, so that they can get their people more advanced and train them. So from a finance point of view, we are looking at, for instance, with the tuition and registration fees,
Yes.
we've upped their budget there pretty much throughout Parks and Rec. We've given them some extra money for training, for travel, and for employee development.
Okay, but you still need to have how many years experience to become an arborist right now with the city of Cleveland?
Right now, you need a minimum of 2 years to get
Yeah.
that R1 position, but I'm actively changing that as we speak through civil service.
Okay. We need Mr. Chairman, to the administration, we need to really look at that. We need to try to open, because I will tell you this, if you were to go down in the garage right now and open the rear of my trunk, you'll find a tree saw there. Okay? I carry a tree saw in my car. I used to carry a chainsaw, but some people might have thought it was the Texas Chainsaw Massacre or something when I pulled that chainsaw out of my trunk or out of my pickup truck. So I don't use that anymore, okay? But at the end of the day, I actually cut trees, trimmed trees. And I did it because in the day when I came down here, I never had to trim a tree. I never had to worry about a tree getting planted. We had a tree farm. We actually had a tree farm. And when I needed a tree, my colleagues won't believe this, I would get a tree in less than 2 weeks. I'd get a tree, I'd ask for a tree, they'd go out to the farm, get the tree, and I'd get it planted. I never had a problem with getting trees removed. I never had a problem getting stumps removed. But unfortunately, through one administration after another, and I've gone through 5 administrations, tree trimming became not an important city service. So today, to my colleagues, especially the new colleagues that came on, we are paying a price for a great deal of neglect of our tree canopy. And the problem we have on the east side is that the area between the curb and the sidewalk is very small. And that's why you cannot plant trees. Once a tree comes down, you cannot plant a tree back because it's just going to cause a problem. Because on my own street, every other house, the sidewalks are lifted because they planted oaks. And those oaks now are at a size. I've replaced my sidewalks twice already in front of my house because the city trees lifted my sidewalks. So we have to be smarter as to what we're planting. We have to be proactive. We have to trim trees in a more effective and efficient way. No council person should have to carry a tree saw or a chainsaw. So this is an important issue. So I'm standing for the chair. I don't believe 7 arborists number 2, and I don't believe 9 arborists number 1 are sufficient. I want to say that to the finance director right now. Not sufficient to deal with the issue. I also want to say this again, and I raised this last year at this time. We have 18,000 vacant lots. We have utility properties, water department property. Let's try to start a tree farm again. Let's try to start a tree farm again like we had, and we let it go. We sold the property. It was a big farm. People don't realize how many trees we had out there. Let's try to figure out where we can establish tree farms again within the city on some of our own city property, so we don't have to be at the mercy of private companies to purchase trees. It worked in the day. You know, the longer I'm down here, the more and this thing keeps recurring, Mr. Chairman. We got to go back to the future. All these things we did in the day, you wouldn't believe this, and my colleague, we actually had a sawmill. When we cut trees down in the day, we actually planked them. And then we provided lumber to the water, Division of Water, when they dug pits. We did all that. We did stuff that other cities never heard of. We had an asphalt plant. We had, again, a tree farm. We had the sawmill. We had all this stuff, and it went away. And now we think about where we're at today, and I'm saying to myself, my God, this city was so advanced at one time, and we went backwards. And now we got to figure out, so you're the new guy in the block. I welcome you to Cleveland. Trees are important to me. I have a heavily treed ward. But as my colleagues have said, we've been losing that every year. We've been losing that tree canopy. It's not being maintained. So, Mr. Chairman, to the finance director, 28 people, especially the people out there doing the work, is not sufficient. And my last question is, what is the status of your equipment? And you know, the one thing, you're the new guy on the block. You've been here since November. One thing you're going to learn here: good news, bad news, indifferent news. Make sure it's the right news at the table, the honest news. Sure. Just wrap it up. Condition of the property.
Thank you. Through the chair to the council person. In short, we need to retool our fleet. We actually, in the last couple of years, have gotten a flood of new equipment that we don't use. When you are understaffed, a lot of the equipment is actually sitting.
Yeah, that's not good.
So I think right now, the equipment is the least of our concerns. We've been getting that equipment the last couple of years,
Okay.
but we need the staff.
Thank you. Hear that, staff? We need staff. Thank you.
Through the chair to the councilman, I could just address that real quickly. So they do currently have some vacancies, and as the director stated early on in her presentation, that's her priority this year, is to fill these vacancies. Finance is definitely going to work with them to do that. If we get those filled and find that there's more needed positions, we'd be happy to look at that at that time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you, Councilman Plensick. I'm going to go to Councilman Shaw.
All right, thank you. Good morning. Appreciate your time to the director and the commissioner through the chair. It's always a pleasure going after Comrade Plensick to talk about how much more government should be doing for our people. I'm gonna be quick. I just had some concerns to the commissioner through the chair about, I've had some residents talk about the tree planting on West 106th. I know we got it delayed at the end of last year because of the cold. I wanted to understand what was the time frame that we're going to start planting trees again this year. I know it's when it warms up, but do you have a better idea of that time frame?
Yeah, through the chair to the council person, you're referring to the 40 trees left by Spencer, correct?
Correct.
We typically wait, so I just spoke to the contractor a couple days ago. He's very eager to plant them as well. We have them ready to go at nursery. They've already been picked. However, we like to soil temperatures measured about 8 to 12 inches down to be about 50 degrees. So with this warm spell, people get excited. I've been looking at those temperature maps to see what the ground readings are. We're still about 35 degrees or so. So I anticipate March, but it's supposed to get cold again. But once the temperature is consistently around 50 degrees for soil temp, then we'll initiate that project. And that project actually, because it was last year and we just ran out of time, will be the first project for our planting season.
Okay, that's great. Thank you, Commissioner. And I know if you haven't gotten a chance to meet to the director and the commissioner, I hope to get that set up after the budget hearings. But appreciate your time and patience this morning. That's all, Chair. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilman Shaw. We really appreciate you wrapping it up. Councilman Davis.
Thank you. Through the chair to the commissioner, thank you so much again for being here. Just a couple quick questions on my end as well. I'm sure my colleagues who have been here longer have thought this through, but one of the bigger issues in my community, and I represent the Near West Side, has been the utility poles or the tree cutting that occurs to maintain the required radius around utility lines. On 14th Street late summer, I mean, whoever was doing that chopping cut down basically the street, half of the tree facing the street. It decimated what could be a beautiful canopied area, and it looks terrible. And those trees will probably die because they got half their tops cut off. No one's thrilled. I don't know if urban forestry has any engagement with either the public or the investor-owned utility companies on the tree maintenance programs for utility lines. Can you talk about how we can engage on this?
Thank you. Through the chair to the council person, I started my career in the utility sector 17 years ago now, after I graduated from school. They are guided by FERC and NERC laws, the federal government, on radial clearance. It is not appropriate for us to be involved for them to protect their lines. They have that easement and they have to meet these standards, these minimum radial standards. We work with them on a daily basis because in order for us to do additional work to that tree, we have to make sure that those trees are away from the power lines, and then our men and women can operate safely. And yes, it can harm some of the aesthetics. I would argue that a tree is better than no tree still. We talk about canopy a lot at this panel, but I also I talk about the roots, and the stormwater retention is really important to consider. So sometimes trees might be ugly, but think about that root infrastructure underneath the ground and what they provide. But we have those conversations with them from an operational standpoint, but from a procedural standpoint, the prescription level with those utilities, that is their clear duties, and we have no legal rights to interfere with those duties.
Through the chair, thank you for clarifying that. All of the trees in my community are near utility lines, and it does raise the question of what you do if you can't touch trees near utility lines. I mean, this is the big thing. We have so many utility lines up in our city here. It looks terrible, the spaghetti, because no lines have ever been buried, and we have 2 power utilities, and it's just so much infrastructure. So if you can't protect those trees, what trees can you protect?
So to clarify, I apologize if I wasn't clear. We can touch those. We do not. Our goal is not to clear vegetation around power lines. If we need to prune that tree and maintain that tree, so we do. That is our tree. We manage that tree. But we can only manage it once it's a safe distance away from our power line, so our staff members do not get electrocuted. So but that's our tree. We do manage it.
Well, maybe another side question to this is, you have this arborist staff. You deal with tree maintenance across the city. It seems to me that we have tree people on staff already. But my understanding is that the tree people who do the chopping for the utility companies are different tree people. Can we in-house that activity?
No. That's a liability reason. There's a separate standard that no other city has to work around energized power lines. And I would advise we never go down that route because it'd be so dangerous, so expensive, and that would be something that I don't think any other city does. However, to clarify, one of our prime contractors, Van Kuren, they also have the contract with CPP. So, we have First Energy in the cities, we have CPP, of course, but that's important because we have those dialogues with Van Kuren, so they can really, they understand what's happening around the utilities. So we do have actually insight what's happening where a lot of cities do not have really any communication with the power line company, but using that same contractor is advantageous for us.
Oh, that's a good point. Then, through the chair, I'm trying to figure out how to put this too. One of the issues, I don't know if it's Van Huren or different contractors, is that they leave debris in their wake. They don't clean up their mess. They leave chopped down tree parts in streets on 14th or Church last summer as well. They just make our neighborhood look terrible. And like, I'm glad we have a strong relationship with them, but can we clean up their mess? Like, what is going on there?
Yeah, through the chair to the council person.
And I'm so sorry to interrupt. Through the chair, do you maintain that contract? Is this a question I should be asking other folks instead?
Yeah, through the chair to the council person. CPP has their own contract with Van Kuren. Then Urban Forestry, we have our own contract with Van Kuren. Different standards, different scope, different specs. For vegetation line clearance, whether it's First Energy, and First Energy uses their own contractors that touch city trees. And from my communication with them, it's actually many contractors, typically smaller outfits, but it's very common if they're going to prune limbs around power lines specifically for them to leave the debris. So without knowing the exact address, our crews are supposed to pick up the debris and do full cleanup every single time, whether it's contractor or in-house crews. But typically if you leave debris, it's likely the power line contractors leaving it on the ground.
I would love to see some accountability for those. Well, and then let me ask, is it then Urban Forestry's responsibility to clean up the debris that the contractor's leaving behind?
So historically, we don't even know that they're there. They are operating under that utility provider. So if we get notified of the debris, we will absolutely come in and pick it up.
That's actually incredibly helpful. Now I know who to talk to. Thank you very much. It gives me some concern that if the power lines are always going to dictate the health of our trees, that like, how can I plant trees on my street if they're just going to hit a power line? And then I guess, yes, it'll produce benefits for stormwater management, but there is an upper limit to how tall our trees can be if our power lines ultimately dictate are ultimately dictating that variable. Through the chair, like, am I missing something here?
You're correct.
Okay, well then that concludes my questioning. I'll just say too, I also appreciate to build on my colleague Councilwoman Hudson's point. Any incentives for private tree planting makes a ton of sense to me. I know our CDCs in the Near West Side have done a lot of work. South of Lorraine, there was a huge project from Ohio City Inc. in conjunction with Western Reserve Land Conservancy to plant, I think, 200 trees last year. Tremont West did a free tree giveaway last year for the first time. It was a big success. So that kind of stuff makes a big difference.
Okay, all right, thank you. Councilman Davis, you brought up some good points. We've all had that in our wards also, where they cut down trees and they just leave the limbs for whoever and they call our office, and it's up to us, and then it becomes our issues and our chores to try to have these trees cleaned up. Councilwoman Deborah Gray.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I just have a few questions. Some of the questions have already been asked and answered. Congratulations to your new position. Commissioner, we have already connected. As soon as you got in, I had an issue on the street where you and Chair Councilman Casey worked diligently together, helping the homeowner on Sophia, on Soka. So thank you for that. That was quick and great service. And she also called and said thank everyone for their diligent expertise work that assists her with that situation with the pipes. So, and that's why I'm coming to this question. And I really appreciate our chair on the utilities. He's fantastic. So I just, everybody on this table, so, listen, that's my partner in crime right there. I've learned a lot since I've been on utilities the last 4 years, per se, with Councilman Casey. I just say he is a trooper, a partner in anything that goes on with the trees on the tree line. And now we got a great partner, Commissioner Joubert. That's how you pronounce your last name? Yeah, so saying that, going back to that, Chair, to the Commissioner, just have a quick question. You know, dealing with that particular incident, and a lot of other homeowners have that problem, since the tree line is owned by the city, but the pipes of the residents the homeowner governs their pipes to the curve, but the tree line is owned by the city. That sometimes is a conflict of interest with the homeowner, because if that tree is on that tree line and the roots, I don't know, I'm not the expertise in this, but when the pipes freeze, but the tree line is owned by the city with the tree, as what you came and took care of, that is like a indifference with who is responsible for the roots. Now, do the roots have something to do with the pipes when they, I'm just saying, does that has a concern with all that when that happened on Soker? Could you answer that question if you understand what I'm trying to ask, dealing with that situation?
So
Chair to
Councilman Casey would like to address that.
Okay.
Yeah, if I could, and I know the situation very well, but in utilities this year, we're going to address that situation of the sidewalk, the tree lawn, and the curb, right? The city owns the sidewalk, city owns the tree lawn, city owns the curb. You'll be seeing legislation shortly addressing that situation where the homeowner will only be responsible from the property line to the house, and then it'll be the city's responsibility from the property line to the street, to the curb. So that, I don't know if you have an answer for that. I know what she's talking about, but that's a situation that we're going to address in utilities this year.
All right, thank you, Chair. There you go. There you go.
Okay, you got a comment on it?
Talk to her when that come up. You need to talk to her. Yes, thank you so much. But I'm appreciative of the collaborative work that that Councilman Casey and the Commissioner worked together on that particular issue, and see how wonderful how this going to come out to a legislation to be passed by council. See that, how that works? So we did a great job. So, but anyway, I'm gonna move from that, Chair, because I know I got how many more minutes? I got a couple more questions. Okay. So my second question is, Chair, to the Commissioner and also to the Director, pertaining to trees that are cut down off the tree line, per se. Do we partner up with Western Reserve Land Conservancy, with Met Zone? Does he come in to help replace trees, because they replace trees free? Do you partner up with the Western Reserve Land Conservancy, the Commissioner or the Director? Chair, to either one of them to answer that question.
Yeah, through the chair to the council person, yes, we do, but we also need to collaborate more with our nonprofits. There has been some bottlenecks the last couple of years, especially through like the permitting process. Our nonprofits in the city of Cleveland, they want to plant more. And the reason why they haven't been planting more is that we've made it hard on them. And that's been through specifically the permitting process. So I've had those conversations with that group and with other nonprofits to streamline that process, to make sure that we're not the problem and we're the solution.
Oh, wonderful, just wonderful. So let us know when that happens, because a lot of the chair to the team, a lot of the residents do want trees back in the neighborhood because that help with climate change, breathing oxygen, all that good stuff that provides a healthy environment and quality of life in our redlining community, which is the east side. So that information needs to be gotten out more, because if we have more trees on the tree line, that doesn't damage, underground with the, with the roots per se, more people will want those trees back in their neighborhood to, to preserve, quality of lifestyle. So thank you for that. And my third question is, due to bad storms, Chair, to the team, due to the bad storms that we done had over the last year or so, a lot of those huge oak trees have been blown or tore down in our parks. And they are so huge. I know the city tried to, Public Works or whoever come to cut them down and to relieve that debris in the parks. Takes a long time, and those huge trees just lay there for months and months and months, and that interferes with the activities of the residents trying to have a good time in the parks. And also in these partials across the city of Cleveland, those big oak trees have fallen down, and they are there all through the neighborhood and have not been taken away. So who does that, Chair, to the commissioner or the director, to remove all those huge oak trees that's still laying around in our parks and all through the neighborhood on those partials?
Yeah, through the chair to the council person, it's important for, I think, everyone here in this body to understand that when we were in public works, our dedication for urban forestry was primarily strictly the boulevards and right-of-ways. The parks was done in a very intermittent and reactionary way. I think that the structural move to the Parks Department and then making urban forestry its own department or division has created a lot of positive change. Within the first quarter that I've been here, we actually created a dedicated urban forestry team that's dedicated full-time to parks, which you guys haven't had for decades. So a lot of the issues that we've seen in parks, we're going to get caught up, and then we're going to get on a more proactive schedule for maintenance and aesthetics. But parks has been severely neglected, specifically with trees, and it was due to that structural imbalance.
So, Chair, to the commissioner, so who will be coming cleaning up those huge oak trees that's still laying there in the parks and throughout the partials? Somebody going to be scheduled to, to clean up that debris this spring?
My team. If you, because we're so backlogged in parks, and historically it was an area we didn't spend a lot of dedicated time to. I need your observations. I need observations from the community so we can work on that backlog, because without your communication, we just don't even know if it's out there or not.
Okay.
But we now have that dedicated team established in January that you guys did not have for many, many decades.
Okay. All right, thank you. Thank you. That's my last question, but I want to just bring a point to what Councilman Polinsky stated on the trees that push up the sidewalks and the apron. What I have done in the last 3 years in my position that I've learned since I came in, give me a minute, that I came in, that I fund the TDS program, which is the Tree Damage Sidewalk Program, and I work with MoCap. So by me learning that, and I funded that 3 years ago, a lot of the homeowners, and it's a homeowners program that I funded so much funding, and I work with MoCap. I have my meetings, and the homeowners are listed. When they have that problem, then the MOCAP comes out and prune the tree. Are you part of that? I'm just tagging that on. If you're part of that, because they come out and they assess the tree, either they prune the roots, and or if the tree is humongous and have damaged too much, they will cut down that tree and or prune the tree. Then they will replace 2 or 3 sidewalks that that has been damaged over the years. And due to the fact that I fund that, and the homeowners don't have to come out their pocket, I have serviced so many homeowners under that program that it helps beautify the neighborhood in the sense of bad trees, beautiful sidewalks now. So I was wondering, are you part of that program, working with the TDS program with MOCAP?
Yeah, through the chair to the council person, yes. I'm having another follow-up meeting with them in the first week of March. It's already on my calendar. We've had multiple discussions with multiple departments that work around trees and sidewalks specifically. And I think if there's one broad message that I want you guys to take away is that, when we're talking about tree canopy, is that tree canopy actually is not necessarily grown through new plantings. To protect and grow a tree canopy is actually to preserve our mature trees. They add the most canopy, but they're already growing at a fast rate. So, these type of programs and discussions with our partners are critical to our canopy. But yes, to answer your question specifically, those discussions have already occurred. There's contract language also and MOUs that are in process of being updated. We look at them every year, and I've had multiple meetings. My next one is beginning of March.
Hey, thank you, because I will be funding that program again this year. I got already list of homeowners that's already on the list to get that service done. So thank you, Chair. Thank you, team.
All right, thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman, you got a question, Shaw?
Just a quick question or a point based on Councilman Davis's line of questioning to the commissioner through the chair. Just wanted to ask if we could track the debris cleanup for First Energies anytime those tree lines are downed. I think it would be great for us to try to ask if law department can ask First Energy to collect on those, because I believe if CPP and our in-house crews are doing the debris cleanup, we should ask First Energy to do the same and pitch in for the costs.
To the chair, to the council person, it is a great point. They do actually notify, I don't know if they historically did this or not, but the last couple of weeks, First Energy has been sending out mass emails that include the director and also the chief, Chief Bonnie, myself. So now we know where they're going in a proactive manner. So we should be able to, I think, expedite some of that cleanup without people notifying us.
That's great. Do they pay for it though? Because I want them to pay for it.
They do not pay for it.
Okay, yeah. If we can just track though, it sounds like we already are then, but we'll follow up later. I talked with Councilman Casey and wanted to just make that point that I think we should hold them to the same standard that we hold the other utilities to. So thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilman Shaw. Is there any other questions for urban forestry before we move on to recreation? Councilman Jones? Councilman Jones, we're going to give you just just a question, okay? So we got to move on to recreation.
Mr. Chairman, what I want to talk about is being able to work with your department to put together something to help our people out in our neighborhood, because we have a lot of challenges for our senior citizens as it relates to these trees on the tree lawn and the cost that they're incurring because the tree roots are going in and they're damaging those pipes. And I would ask, Mr. Chairman, if we could, ask the law department for an opinion. So,
Councilman Jones, we just went over that. You were on break, but we just went over that.
okay. So what did you go over? If you could tell me.
Councilman Casey is going to bring some legislation up in the near future. So can you consult with Councilman Casey?
Okay.
With that
Was
very
this-
thing
is
that
this-
you're talking
is this
about.
on who's responsible for the tree on the
Right,
tree line?
right,
Okay.
right.
So yeah, so working with you to help, because we have a few of these, and I want to be able to help our folks get some of these cut down. Doing that, I know I've worked in the past, Mr. Chairman, with Mrs. Kipp to be able to do that. So I want to be able to formulate that partnership with that, and then also programs to help them cut their trees in their yards for those who need that assistance. Thank you.
All right, thanks. All right, Ms. Saban, can you read in the next section into the record?
Page 183, Division of Recreation, Commissioner Samuel Gissentanner. Page 184, Salaries, 2025 unaudited, $8,650,944. 2026 budgeted, $8,483,955. Page 186, Total Expenditures, 2025 unaudited, $21,216,571. 2026 budgeted, $20,468,810. Staffing on page 187, 2025 actual 264, 2026 budgeted 607, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you, Ms. Saban. Recreation, I got some questions right off the back for recreation. I see in our output metrics, we have increased our visitors to our recreation centers. Commissioner, you want to touch on that?
Good morning, Chairman and committee. In relation to the increase in admittance to visitors, that's a result of our civic rec management system. It does a better tracking of how many residents we have coming into our recreation facilities.
Okay, Commissioner, also under Summer Arts Program number 5, we have a big increase for Summer Arts Program.
That is correct. 2024 numbers were incorrect. They were more so at 8,000.
Okay.
2025 is also a reflection of civic rec.
Okay. And then the drop-off in summer camp attendance, Director. What's the reasoning for the drop-off? Do we know that?
Yes, Chairman, the drop-off is due to the conditions of the cabins that are at Camp Forbes. They're not in the best of shape. You probably have already heard that situation before. So that's why a lot of our residents are not inclined to send their kids to Camp Forbes. I invite you all to come out and take a look at those cabins. They really need a lot of love.
Okay, on page 184, under travel, I see we don't have anything budgeted for 2026 for travel. Are we going to cut the travel off for the recreation?
So through the chair to the councilman, no. We've actually just moved that to a different line item. So if you look on page 185, there's a line item for travel non-training to further break that down, because this is specifically for the amateur athletic union. So there's $100,000 on that line item.
Okay. And on page 185 for other contractuals, we have can you explain the volatility in those numbers from year to year, Director?
I'm sorry, to the chair.
It's the Finance Director for the other contractual
Yeah,
on
so-
page 185.
So to the chair, so just looking at what we did last year, we were over budget. We had 6.2 million versus 3.6 budgeted. Large portion of that, and the director can talk more about the specifics, was for a security contract, which I think was somewhere between $1 and $2 million of that. We have budgeted, because the needs have gone up for other contractual, up to $5 million this year. And I believe we actually have a list that we can provide to council of the breakdown of that $5 million amount.
Yes, please, could we get that list? Director, how much of that other contractual is for security? Can you give us can you give us a breakdown of what makes up that $5 million?
To the chair, security this year is 3.5 million.
3.5 million?
Yes.
Is that an increase from last year?
Through the chair, yes, it is.
And last year's number was roughly what?
Last year, I believe it was a little over 2 million.
Over 2 million. Now, the increase is because we have more things to protect, or is it just the rates that they've charged us has gone up?
Through the chair, the increase is due to actually a number of things. Additional officers, and also being competitive. We were losing officers to Cleveland Browns, the Guardians. Instead of coming to our rec centers to service our rec centers, they were taking on other jobs. So the vendor was having challenges retaining officers.
Okay.
To the chair, I would also like to add, and when we look at our 26 budgeted amount, that some of this is attributed to a change in the expectations we expect and require from our security guards. We expect them to be trained as school resource officers in our centers. We want people who understand how to work with young people, and we want security guards who have that qualification. We think it'll provide a higher level of service to the community.
Okay. On page 185, under maintenance contracts, what are those? Explain the maintenance contracts. And why is that in the recreation and not in the building maintenance? Is that maintenance on our rec buildings? It's page 185.
To the chair, the maintenance contracts consist of gymnasium refinishing of floors, maintaining our synthetic turf fields, ice skating rink resurfacing, and also the contractor to get pool maintenance this year. We want our own pool maintenance.
Okay, so we didn't have pool maintenance last year?
That is correct.
Okay. All right. All right, so can you talk about the number of pools, our indoor pools? For right now, I know our outdoor pools is in the summertime, but our indoor pools, we have a number of pools that's not open in the indoor pools. Can you explain that, and what's the reason behind that, and what we're doing about it?
Absolutely. To the chair, I appreciate your comment regarding aquatics. Aquatics is definitely one of the reasons we know why people come to our centers. From an operational standpoint, when we look at the mechanicals and the way we operate our pools, we have some issues with pool pumps, motors. We have some issues with the chemical feeder systems, and I think that impacts our ability to open. Additionally, we have some pool boiler issues, which is water temperature, and then air handling system within the pools. And so that's just kind of a high-level summary. It's not at every pool. Every pool is different, but we have all of these issues going on in most of our pools. The second thing I will mention is that when it comes to staffing of the pools, if we don't have staff who can open a pool, then obviously we can't open. So if the mechanicals are working, but we don't have staff, then a pool will be closed. If we have staff, but the mechanicals aren't working, then it's closed. So we're trying to strike a balance to make sure we have the right people. As I mentioned earlier, aquatics is under my leadership because I have a strong aquatics background. Our Deputy Commissioner of Aquatics was recently named one of the top level professionals nationally through the Association for Aquatic Operations. So we are working to attract top talent, but we have to do a whole assessment. We recently brought on 2 full-time aquatics folks, which is something we haven't done in a few years, and that will improve our ability to recruit, attract, and retain high-quality staff to open the pools more.
So now, Director, if we have staff, it doesn't really make a difference if we have staff or if the pools are not open, if we cannot open the pools. And I've been frustrated here recently with the number of pools that's down. You know, and it's just, you know, I know it's difficult to to balance everything and keep pools open, but, we have to make sure our pools can, first of all, be ready for somebody to swim in it before we start to, and then we talk about staffing them, that's another thing. But if the pools are down, I mean, they're just down. And I've been frustrated because I was looking for a place to swim, and I can't find a place to swim consistently because the pools are down. So, and then I call around, I'm on the phone calling around to places so I can go swim, and they tell me, oh, the pool's been down for months. So I want a full assessment of all of the pools that's closed. When are they going to reopen? What are we doing about it?
Absolutely, Council Chair, I do appreciate this. Aquatics, as I mentioned, is one of the pinnacles for why people come to our facilities. I echo your frustration in not having access to pools for the community, and I'd be more than happy to provide that information to you.
All right, I'm going to open this up for questions from my colleagues. I'm going to go to Councilwoman Nikki Hudson.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. Through the chair to the commissioner, the other night I was fortunate to have my first ward meeting at the Cadell Fine Arts Center, and I was very grateful to the staff there for their hospitality and for welcoming us. The Fine Arts Center sits just outside my ward. As I was just mentioning to Councilman Brian Casey, the ward line is actually the former West Boulevard that runs right through the middle of the park. It's very close to the ward line, and grateful to have an asset like Cadell Fine Arts and Cadell Recreation Center in my neighborhood. Regarding the Fine Arts Center, it was brought to my attention that the center is drastically understaffed, and so right now there should be 3 full-time and 3 part-time employees, I believe, in addition to the manager and assistant manager. Is that correct?
Through the chair to the councilwoman, actually the total number of arts that we should have in the Division of Recreation is 6 full-time and 4 part-time to service not just the arts at CFA, which is Cadell Fine Arts, but also to make sure that they do arts at recreation centers as well.
Thank you, and through the chair, thank you for pointing that out, because it was also brought to my attention that the staff, they do many things in addition to teaching the art classes at the Fine Arts Center. For example, they told me that they decorated City Hall, the tree here for the holidays, and that they often travel to, in the summertime, they'll travel to different events all over the city that are put on by different council members. And right now, because of the understaffing at the Cadell Fine Arts Center, many of the classes are actually being taught by volunteers, which, it's not a sustainable model, and that, is also brought to my attention that because of this, we're not offering the programs that we normally should be able to. In particular, the after-school programs that for our youth, which are critical for the residents, not just in the Cadell neighborhood, but the residents all over the city of Cleveland. And right now, Marion Seltzer Elementary School, they're at a swing site. So the Fine Arts Center, they're not seeing the students that they normally would because the school isn't, immediately right there on the property. It's a little bit distance away. And the staff has said that there's a van that they could, theoretically go and pick up students from school and bring them back to the Fine Arts Center. However, because of the understaffing, they don't have a licensed driver to actually go and pick up the students and bring them back to the Fine Arts Center. And I'm a mother. I've got 2 kids, and this week has been nuts. We've had to stay late, and I can imagine for parents how crucial that type of after-school activity is for working parents. And so I just I want to know what is your plan to make sure that we're staffing these positions as quickly as possible?
Thank you. Through the chair to the council member, I truly appreciate your question. One of the things I had some concerns with was our ability to hire and our ability to find high-quality candidates, our ability to screen candidates appropriately, and to ensure a fair and equitable process. Late last year, I implemented a hiring freeze and required our staff, primarily in recreation, to attend the interviewing and hiring training so that they had information on best practices on how to do what we do. We have resumed the ability to post our positions once everybody has completed that training. This is actually going to empower our center managers to be more involved in the hiring process. We know that at Cudell Fine Arts, they are in tune with the art community and know where the artists are. So this is going to be a good thing, and it's going to help elevate the quality of our staff, which we can screen better for better retention. Part of our problems has been an issue with the retention of staff. People take a position, not necessarily for being in recreation for the long time, but just because it's kind of a port in the storm. We want to hire people who have a passion for service to the community and a passion for giving back. So as I mentioned early on, our goal is to really focus on filling vacancies, primarily in urban forestry and in recreation. This training will all be wrapped up in the next couple of weeks. We can resume hiring. We're going to have more actively involved center managers, regional managers, and I think we're going to really be able to get some dynamic staff across the city in all of our locations.
Thank you. Through the chair, so I just want to confirm that you're committed to filling all of those positions as soon as possible.
100%. Through the chair to the councilwoman, we are 100% committed to filling our vacancies and to filling them efficiently and effectively, which ties back to the administrative move where we pulled our operations administrative staff into administration so we can streamline and strengthen our hiring practices and procedures.
Thank you. And I just also, I have to give a shout out to the staff. Despite them, being severely understaffed and relying a lot on volunteers, they were extremely welcoming to me and my team for our ward meeting, which I believe they stayed after hours. Gave tours and a presentation to the attendees at the meeting, and they were very passionate about what they do. And having people like that at our rec centers, we need to reward them and make sure that they don't get burned out.
Through the chair to the councilwoman, I'm glad you brought that point up. 2026 marks my 44th year being a City of Cleveland employee. I've been the commissioner in recreation now for 15 years. I pride myself on recruiting and teaching managers to let them know it's not about them, it's about the people they serve. So the manager that you encounter, which is Ashley Gusina, Amanda, they step out of their comfort zone. They do programming, they do recruitment, they travel, they take kids where they need to go, they pick up seniors. They are actually managers and they actually do programming. A lot of my managers do the same thing in all of our rec centers. We are very, very short of staff. I ask my managers to step up and make sure we get things done for the citizens in the City of Cleveland. I am, again, 44 years in recreation. I grew up in the City of Cleveland. My recreation center was Woodland Recreation Center. It was a safe haven for me. Without Woodland Recreation Center, I don't know where I would be. So I pride on selecting candidates that have that same passion of taking care of people in the City of Cleveland and taking care of these children. So thank you for mentioning that about my managers.
Through the chair to the commissioner, job well done with Ashley and Amanda, 100%.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilwoman. I'm going to go to, Mike is gone. I'm going to Joe Jones, Councilman Joe Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, let me just, say to the director, we've had an opportunity to go out to John F. Kennedy, and I didn't know that aquatics was your background. So that's good to note that. But I also went there for a community meeting that was scheduled by the administration probably about a week or so ago. And while I was there at the meeting, I had one of my constituents wanted to pull me to the side to talk about some of the problems at the facility. And one of them being that the lap pool was down. And then she went on to tell me about the bathroom area for the women. The heat wasn't working. And so I probably wasn't out of there probably a good couple of hours, and I had received a phone call from the manager of the facility. Now, I wasn't able to answer it at the time due to the fact that I was in another meeting, but then he followed up with a phone call, and then the commissioner followed up, which I was impressed with, and told me about what the issues were there, and they would look into getting it fixed. So when we look at this budget here, how much money do we have in this budget to repair issues and fix problems, and how does that work when there's an issue that's happening? Because I know that the department has broken up. And just before you start, if I can, Mr. Chairman, to our director, just to thank the commissioner for his quick, fast response and being able to get back with me. That means a lot to me. I didn't even have to make a phone call, so that's even better. Because oftentimes I have to make a phone call and then another phone call, and that just saved me the time because you were right on it. So I just want to thank you for that quick, fast response, because oftentimes, Mr. Chairman, to Director, we're dealing with so many problems constantly, and for me, I'm still old school. I like to make the phone call. That's why I asked your previous director to give me his cell phone, so when I have a tree issue, I can be able to call him, because I think you have another commissioner in the back that helped me on Judson Avenue with that tree issue. And I was able to call her because I wasn't able to get Jennifer Kipp at the time. And I think her name is I think it's Commissioner Portia. Is she still doing urban forestry too?
Through the chair to the council member, Commissioner Porch is parks only.
Okay.
So she can focus more of her energy on parks and cemeteries, and forestry is under Commissioner Jubert.
Okay, great. So go ahead. I'm sorry. Thank you.
So through the chair to the council member, we're going to tag team this one a little bit. So regarding maintenance in our facilities and the cost to repair, there are some costs that are out of the Department of Park and Recreation under this division. There are some costs that come out of property management, which is under Public Works.
So that's not here then.
Yeah, but through the chair to the councilman, if you look on page 185, you go about 2/3 of the way down the page, there's an entire section for maintenance, and it outlines, specifics about what we're using, maintenance contracts, computer software. So you can take a look at that. Last year, I know we budgeted $393,000, only $145 was spent, which was still, basically double from what we had the year before. So we still upped the budget from what they spent. It's basically double what they spent last year at $259,000 for total maintenance.
And that's just in this budget, or is that in the other budget?
Through the chair to the councilman, that's on page 185. About
I know, so
2/3 of the
but
way
is
down.
that-
And that's specific to the Department of Recreation.
So is that all facilities, recreation, maintenance fixing up?
Through the chair to the councilman, no. There will be things in, MOCAP does a lot of that through capital, and then Public Works, as was mentioned. So this is the piece directly assigned to recreation under parks.
And see, Mr. Chairman, you hit the question, and so I think we're going to have to do a deep dive in terms of these recreational facilities and these pools being down. I'm appreciative. I know that our pools in years past, we've had complaints when they've been down. And so for me, the issue, Mr. Chairman, is this is a new facility. It's smacking brand new. And so I just want to say, Mr. Chairman, I'm to the director. We had a walkthrough. I like to go through a new walkthrough with you. There's several things that I'd like to accomplish here on this. Is stopping or preventing the breakdown of these maintenance issues and these pools being shut down. It's a brand new facility, and and this is me, Mr. Chairman, sharing it with you. The people who constructed it and developed it and built it and engineered it out did a bad job. So the issue is now, how do we fix that? Especially when it comes to putting our men and women who work for us in harm's way. And here's what I mean by harm's way. I've had a chance to go there 2 years ago to deal with this same issue that's still the same issue today, with the chemicals not being able to mix themselves as they was engineered to do so. So now, Mr. Chairman, to the director, the people have to manually mix this stuff. It puts them in jeopardy. Some of the electrical equipment that's in this new facility is not even new. It's not even old yet. It's rusted. It traps the heat on the inside. We need to have a new way of which we vent this. How can we, Mr. Chairman, to the director, fix this issue so it won't be an issue down the road?
Absolutely. Through the chair to the council member, I truly appreciate your assessment, and I would say that my assessment isn't dissimilar from yours. Going in and seeing the facility and the way we maintain the chemicals, I certainly have some concerns. With our new Deputy Commissioner of Aquatics, we worked with MOCAP to put money in the budget for automated control feeds. It's going to be a project that's going to take multiple years because we need to update what we're doing in terms of our chemical feeding system. I actually would like to schedule that tour and include Deputy Commissioner Jim Clark on it, because he will explain a lot about the issues. We're more than happy to come out and go to other facilities and talk about the same issue.
I don't want to go to other facilities, Mr. Chairman, and I don't want to waste my time neither. So, and I'm not trying to be too abrupt with you, because I don't want to say I'm being disrespectful, but I got an issue. I brought it to your attention. It's still not fixed. And you're telling me it may not be fixed, or you're going to have to get someone, and it may be somewhere down the line. What I'm saying to you is that this is something that we, the city of Cleveland, paid these people to build this facility. Why can't we get them to come back here and fix the facility they built?
I'm through the chair to the councilman. I'm sorry that my response was misinterpreted.
Okay.
What I was stating was that we put money in the capital budget through MOCAP to automate the chemical feeders for this capital year.
For this particular building?
For this, we believe requested 20 chemical feeding systems to be put in our centers. That would take care of all of our indoor rec center chemical feeders. So this would resolve your problem. I definitely appreciated when you mentioned it to me, and it was something that we look to do in this calendar year.
Right. So, Mr. Chairman, just to make sure I'm on the same page, because you're the expert, I'm not. We already have a feeder system in there, so it's not like we got to put a new one in there. We just need to fix the new one. We need to fix the one that's in there, or are you saying that it needs to be replaced?
Through the chair to the council member, I'm recommending replacement of the chemical feeder. Manually feeding chemicals causes a lot of corrosion and disintegration of the system. I wouldn't recommend having it repaired. I would recommend replacing it.
And Mr. Chairman, can we also look at another issue that I've noticed too, is the airing or the circulation. That's an issue inside the pool area for the people, how the water condenses in there. And this is a great facility. I want my people to be able to come in there and enjoy it and have these pools open more often. And then the next thing on the JFK piece is the aesthetics and cleanliness. You know, cleaning that facility and having someone to help maintain that facility is important, and having the aesthetics on the outside with the new grassing, because in your part of your presentation you had the Grow No Mow. So I would love to sit down with you to talk about how we do that and then fix it so that it is aesthetically pleasing, so we can increase the usage of that facility. And again, thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the additional time. And thank you, Commissioner, for the work that you do for us and the time that you spent here in the city of Cleveland. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilman Jones. I'm going to go to Councilman Chris Harsh.
Thank you, Chairman. They get my clock running because I want to cover a couple things and I don't want to run out of time. First off, through the chair to the director, I forgot to thank you for putting Director Nichols in charge of Estherbrook because I'm bad with names. So knowing that I have a director of rec named Director Nichols and a director of the rec center named Director Nichols makes my life easier. Thank you. Also, thank you for the refurbished locker rooms. It was the #1 thing on my bucket list for Estherbrook. Commissioner, I appreciate that. Thank you, sir. They look really nice. I did sneak in there under construction, but it's going to be really nice when we cut that ribbon. And I hope that Councilwoman Hudson will be invited to that ribbon cutting because the rec center is now in her area. Through the chair to the commissioner, when I first moved to Cleveland, I was very excited to have free access to a pool because I didn't have one where I came from, so I went swimming. Till one day I showed up and they said, you can't swim today, the calendar changes. And so I found the new schedule and I went swimming. And then a couple of weeks later, they're like, nope, you can't swim anymore, the calendar's changed. How close are we to a year-round pool schedule?
Through the chair to the councilman, I would hope that we are very, very close. I'm looking at summer having a solidified pool schedule, indoor and outdoor.
Okay, great. It's been a couple years and just seems that if we can tell people adults swim is Wednesdays from 6 to 8 or whatever, and it's just plan on that for the rest of your life, it'd make it a lot easier for us to use the pool if we just knew that we had that. Absolutely. Consistency. The second thing is through the chair, Commissioner, I was talking to some of the maintenance guys outside Estherbrook where the pool does break quite frequently. It's always the heater, right? It's always the heater. They said the heater's really old. They said it's really outdated. The parts are not something you can run down to Lowe's and pick up. You got to order them, and then we got to wait for the shipment to come in. Through the chair, have we looked at just putting all the pools in the city on one heating type of equipment so that we can have maybe, interchangeable parts? And you're nodding your head.
Through the chair to the council member, we speak the same language. I really appreciate that. One of the struggles that we have with maintaining our facilities is that we have different chemical systems. We have different pool heaters. We have different air handling systems and different pool pumps and motors. It's all just very different. And one of the things that we talked about with MOCAP as we talked about our ability to improve our facilities is standardizing all of the equipment that we have in existing facilities and in future renovated facilities. So we can have a pool pump on a shelf should one break. We can have a pool motor on the shelf should one break. We can have a chemical feeder on the shelf should one break. So we are speaking 100% the same language. Not only is it going to improve operations, it's going to be more cost friendly for the city because now we're just buying the same stuff over and over again.
So through the chair, what's the timeline on getting that analysis in and figuring out the cost, the price tag for something like that for a conversion?
So our first venture down that path was to look at our chemical feeding systems. And so first we're starting with our chemical feeding systems. We are starting to look at pool pumps, pool motors. We will transition all of our chemical systems so that everything is uniform. Chlorine, CO2. We don't want to have chlorine and muriatic some places, chlorine and CO2 someplace else. Our Deputy Commissioner just got back late last night from the American Association for Aquatics Conference where he was meeting with vendors, having conversations, and trying to identify the best for our entire.
So through the chair, that's a 2026 issue. We'll have that wrapped up in 2026 for the heating units, for keeping the water warm enough to swim in. Do we expect to know the answer on that this year or next year, or what's the timeline?
Through the chair to the council member, we started with pool chemicals because pool chemicals feeders. Automating our chemical feeding system is the #1 thing that's going to improve our ability to maintain the condition of our equipment. Running unbalanced water through pumps and motors is going to corrode that system faster. Unbalanced water that's running through our feeder systems is going to erode it faster. First thing we want to do is improve the quality of our water. So while we have requested funding in the capital budget to have automated replace all of our automated chemical feeding systems, we are going to assess pumps and motors and heaters and air handling systems alongside MOCAP and property management so we can have a plan to standardize in 26.
Okay. In this year?
In 26.
Okay. Moving on along, through the chair, I feel like every 10, maybe 15 years, someone gets the great idea to do midnight basketball, thinks it's going to be a great program, solve a lot of problems. I know we tried it. So through the chair, how is midnight basketball going? Do we still do it?
Through the chair to the councilman, yes, we are still doing midnight basketball. It is called Hoops After Dark now. We have the program conducted at Zelma George, Cadell. We piloted one time at Glenville, but it's very successful. We had over 140 participants in that program. Planning to do it again this year.
Good. I'm glad to hear that. Through the chair, turf fields, turf ball diamonds at the rec centers. I get these calls quite frequently. So there's a relationship with CMSD to allow schools to use the turf fields. And I know the Department of Rec manages them for CMSD use as well. But recently, I guess some of the schools were told they can only play games there, they can't practice there.
Through the chair to the councilman, that is correct. We're trying to preserve our synthetic turf fields. We had an issue last year allowing teams to practice on turf fields, and they damaged the field.
Yeah.
It cost the Division of Recreation somewhere around $8,000 to repair. So because these are synthetic turf fields, we felt it was better to have nothing but games scheduled on those fields.
So through the chair, when the students are no longer practicing on those fields during those times, are other people using those turf fields?
Through the chair, no. The only time that the synthetic turf fields are used is during games.
During games, okay. One last question through the chair. I know that cleats can change because you can't have metal cleats on synthetic turf. You can only have rubber cleats. Is this going to be a problem for some of those teams where students will now have to have 2 cleats?
Through the chair to the councilman, that is absolutely correct. The reason why we're transitioning to just games only, we can monitor those teams that come and play on that field. When it was open for practice, we didn't have the staffing to monitor. So that's why we had so much damage. So now every time we have a scheduled game, we have a city employee monitoring those games.
So through the chair, was some of the damage to the fields during practice because people were using the wrong cleats on the...
Through the chair to the councilman, that is correct.
It's all coming together. See, I'm starting to get it here. Okay, this is why there's always more than one side to a story, right? Thank you. I appreciate that explanation. I remember when Collinwood Rec Center opened up. It had a nice new pool. It had a little splash pad. We went up there, took the kids. It was a good time. We had to give them a number. We needed I don't know how we got the number. I think we got it online or something. But they wanted to log our number. I think we even typed it in to even get into the pool. But I don't see that system at work anymore. Through the chair to the commissioner, could you talk a little bit about and I'm going to lean into our relationship with the suburban rec center right next door to mine here in a minute. I'll let you know where I'm going with it. Do we still require people to, enter any kind of information when they come in to use our rec centers?
Yes, through the chair to the councilman, yes, we use a management system now called Civic Rec. And when you enter into the facility and report to the front desk, we take your information, we log you into the system. You're already into the system, actually. And we can track what amenity you're going to at that facility.
Okay.
So yes, we still do a tracking mechanism for everyone.
So now we're going to go full circle. So the pool at Estabrook was often broken down because of the heater, but it's up and running. The Old Brooklyn is a geopolitical peninsula, right? I've got a suburb to the west, a suburb to the east, and a suburb to the south. And in Brooklyn, the city of, they don't let us go swimming. They ID people. You can't get in unless you're a resident of the city of Brooklyn. And if you're not a city resident, they charge you an arm and a leg. But when their pool breaks, they're going to come over to Estabrook and use our facility for free. And Commissioner, Director, I'm looking at our revenue over here on page 186, and it's only $10,000. We only made $10,000. And I'm wondering why we would let them use our rec center for free when they charge our residents to go literally an eighth of a mile west of Ridge Road.
Through the chair to the councilman, unfortunately at this time, we do not have any residency laws for utilizing recreation programming.
I would encourage everybody in this body to consider relationships with our suburbs to be reciprocal. If they don't let our residents attend their rec centers, then we should charge them when they want to use our rec centers. And I think we can do this without having to get every single, if somebody comes up, and I understand there's a low-income family in Parma and they want to go swimming, okay, cool. But if the city of Brooklyn wants to move their aquatic activities from their rec center to ours, I would think that we could come up with a financial relationship to make up for that cost.
Through the chair to the councilman, I point well taken. I'll take that.
All right, thank you.
Sorry, if I can just interject through the chair to the council member. Part of our professional development is networking with our peer cities who are located in the region. And so building relationships with other rec directors is definitely very important to us. I do know the Brooklyn Recreation Director, several others, but also allowing our staff to meet their peers in other cities could help develop some opportunities for these reciprocal agreements. I will say, having worked at other municipalities, sometimes municipalities just don't always play well in the sandbox collectively, but I do think the city, the policy was obviously established a long time ago, whereby we didn't have any restrictions for residents or non-residents. It's certainly something that we're willing to work with this body on if we would like to impose restrictions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Harsh. I got a question. Next, we're going to go to Councilman Starr. But first, I got a couple questions about some staffing on page 187. The rec instructors. Why haven't we staffed the rec instructors? Didn't we put that in the budget to Mr. Gentile? Didn't we add rec instructors in the budget over the past couple of years and we haven't staffed them? Is that? During reconciliation, we added those positions to the budget. Was that in 25 or 24? 25.
To the chair, yes, there was budgeted 48 in 2025, right? And the request that we got this year from Recreation was 36.
So,
if I can respond,
Commissioner,
Chairman.
yes, go ahead.
The additional staffing that council approved was never conveyed to the Division of Recreation. We was asked to do a straight line budget compared to last year's numbers. Last year's numbers was 36, so we put in for 36. We found out later that council had improved or increased, I should say, an additional 10 staffing that was never shared.
So, who asked you to do the straight line budget? I'm not understanding that. Director, can you comment on that?
To the chair, so if you actually look at the page, the 2025 budget for Rec Instructor 2s was 48. So I'm not sure what's being referred to as a straight line budget. A straight line budget would have been, 48, would have been the same amount. So, I mean, the process, again, that we've mentioned earlier in these hearings, where the divisions submit their budget, and then the OBM has sat down with every single division, gone over their budget, after which they've signed off on. So, I'm a little confused about the confusion, to be honest.
Okay, so do the recs need these instructors? Let me ask that question.
Through the chair, absolutely.
Okay, so are we going to make a plan to bring our rec instructors to the level that this council requested? Director?
To the,
Go ahead.
you go.
To the chair, so from a finance point of view, again, we worked this out with Parks before the budget was actually published. But what we are looking to do, I mean, we've got 8 positions that we can fill because we've got 8 vacancies. And then once those vacancies get filled, then we can look at, we'd be more than happy to sit down and look at additional positions if they're needed.
To the chair, Recreation has historically had a large quantity of vacancies for the last few years, probably 22, 23, 24, 25. When looking at the development of the budget, finance was willing to work with us in terms of coming up with a realistic number of rec instructors based upon program, but also based upon our ability to fill those vacancies. And so what we are confident that 36 vacancies and the restructuring of the HR staff, we can get to that number. And then once we start expanding and building upon our programming, I think that we'll certainly look at adding more in the future. But 36, we weren't at 36 for this year or last year. We would like to get there for this year. We were at 28 for this year. If we can get to 36, I think it's great progress. Thank you.
Yeah, and to the chair, if I could just add, so if you look down at, total forward time, we've got, 30 vacancies essentially. We have the ability, as again we've mentioned in these hearings, to move those around if we need to, as long as they stay above the line. So if we find that we have some vacancies somewhere else in this budget, and they have an immediate need for rec instructors, we can add those pretty quickly without coming back to council.
So Council Lady Hudson was just saying that in her rec centers, there were volunteers, and there was no one there to actually do programming. The commissioner mentioned that his managers are doing programming and trying to manage at the same time. So the rec instructors will be doing programming, correct? So we do need these rec instructors, right?
Absolutely. So to the chair, I mentioned earlier that we recognize that historically forestry, urban forestry, and recreation have had the highest volume of vacancies in the department, and it's been a trend that we've seen over years. We are committed to filling those vacancies and improving our ability to hire and retain staff. The more rec instructors that we have full-time certainly improves our ability to provide service to the community. And again, I'm tying this to professional development, looking at the training that we are doing right now to improve our ability to hire, interview, recruit, and retain will ideally reduce vacancies and allow us to have fewer people that we have to hire on an annual basis.
Okay, all right. You want to make a comment, Jim?
Yeah, through the chair and to the committee, finance is committed to getting it up to 48. If they fill the vacancies they have, we take a look mid-year, and if they fill their vacancies and there's a need for more of them, we'll definitely come back to council and add more. But we're taking a look at historic vacancies, and if the divisions and departments can get all those filled, and there's a need, we definitely will prioritize this going forward with the Department of Recreation.
Okay, all right. I'm going to go to Councilman Richard Starr.
Thank you. I'll start the timer right. Thank you, Chair. Definitely, a couple questions I definitely wanted to ask. I know that we have some changes going on with Lonnie Burton. We're definitely going to probably have to spend more time on talking about that. Offline, I know they're set to do the final phase of renovation. I think it's like the third phase through the chair to commissioner director, and it should be the final. I think this is all the internal stuff from the weight room, boxing room, the new kitchen, elevators, as well as other different things. I wanted to ask, do we have an estimated time period for how long that should take with regard to the rec center possibly closing? I know it's sometime this spring, I believe. Through the chair, what time frame would that possibly be as far as the possible renovation?
Through the chair to the councilman, actually I had a conversation with Mark Dulick from MoCap yesterday, trying to get an idea of actually when Lonnie Burton was going to go down, because we're planning for the summer. He couldn't give me a definitive answer as of when it's going down and how long the project will take.
Okay, and then with the plans of it potentially going down, I know I've been talking to PIO about some of the things that they have as far as the programming inside the rec center. I told them that obviously within that neighborhood where it's located, what can we do? Is there another place to work with? They mentioned that they were trying to do some type of programming with Friendly Inn, and I will ask through the chair, is that something that rec is possibly able to do or collab or some type of partnership with our neighbor?
Yeah, through the chair to the councilman, anytime a rec center is closed for renovations, we put in a plan to transport kids in our vans to nearby rec centers that are open. So just like Central Recreation is closed, we transport kids from Central to Thurgood Marshall to Earl B. Turner. We're planning to do the same thing for Lonnie Burton.
Okay, and within that plan, we're gonna possibly have some different marketing strategy, so therefore it gets out to the residents. And also any flyers or anything, can you please send that over to my office so I can make sure I am communicating the same thing in alignment with the rec center, which is very important. A couple of other things that I definitely have as far as questioning, I think the chair might have asked, or one of my colleagues might have asked, I noticed that from 2025 to 2026, the salaries on page 184, in 2025, it was adopted at $9 million, and then I think it's unaudited was at $8.6 million, and now we're budgeted for $8.4 million. Can we talk about the more so or explain the differences when we know that we have vacancies? How are we lower this budget than last year when we're talking about open vacancies? How are we doing that potentially? To Mr. Gentile, through the chair.
Through the chair to the councilman. So the 25 number is higher than the budget this year, yes. But if you look at their staffing, they're actually below on their full-time by 9 staff. So some of those moved over to the admin section. So that's why the budget is a little less than the actual from 25.
All right, thank you. That makes more sense now. And then also through the chair to the commissioner, when you talk about the actual data tracking system in the rec center, could you speak a little bit to more of how that system actually works? Do we have like a online management system where we punch our numbers in, or is it something that we take paperwork and then upload it to the system? Can you talk about that a little bit so I can understand that system through the chair?
Through the chair to the councilman, that system, Civic Rec, requires, actually allows customers to register for programming while they're at home. So once they can register at home, we track them into the system. So once they come into the recreation facility, we would take their photo for the first time. We would give them a tracking number. Every time they come in, we can see their photo. When they come to that rec center, we'll see their photo and their number, and we can tell them, or they can ask us what amenity they're going to, whether it's the pool, gym, fitness, or whatever.
Okay, and then from there, so do you do general attendance as well from there, or is it just, and also does it do general attendance, and do it also track programs as well?
It does. Through the chair to the councilman, it does general and also by program.
Okay, and it's called Civic Rec?
Civic Rec. It's a new management system we just started last year.
I'm gonna come see you. I wanna learn how to learn about that. That's something new. Okay, that's really good. And then that's also able for you to be able to send, when you send over the spreadsheets, you're able to see, send over to us when you sent them over to let us know, explaining what programs and who's participating in those numbers. That's easier accessible for you to track.
That is correct.
And then one of the other things I definitely did put down on my list of questions was, I see that we have a $3.4 million budget for security and protections. Is it possible, can we, and that is contracted through what company?
Through the chair to the councilman, that is Safe Choice Security.
Safe Choice Security. And how long have they been around or existence as a company?
Through the chair to the councilman, Safe Choice has been providing security at our rec centers, I want to say for the past at least 6-7 years.
And then also, is it possible for requests to be able to send over to council staff to see the job descriptions of the Safe Choice Security?
Through the chair to the councilman, yes.
And then also through the chair, with Safe Choice Security and Protection, when they come in to work, do they have to sign in, or do they have to do anything that we track to make sure they're there?
Through the chair to the councilman, yes, we have to a tracking mechanism for every officer to make sure that they're not overbilling us.
Okay.
So we keep track of their hours for about a minute, the time they come into our facilities.
And then from that, is that an online system as well, or is it paper through the chair?
That is through the chair to the councilman, that is a system that's done online by management at Recreation.
And
So the officer cannot log their time in alone.
And also, is it possible, could you share the attendance information for those security protection for the last year or the last 2 years with this count with our staff, so we can be able to review some of those to see how they actually work? And then also their possible potential job descriptions of the security, so we can get an understanding of what they are, job role and responsibilities requires through the chair.
Through the chair to the councilman, yes, we can obtain that information for you.
And then also, when it comes to, I know we just had a small discussion about the actual rec instructors and the position of 36 or the 48 or the 12. Could you explain or give through the chair the actual salary of rec instructor?
Through the chair, give me a second. I do have that information. Let me pull that up. Through the chair to the councilman, the full-time rec instructor makes $18.58. That's their pay rate, starting rate. A junior clerk starts at $17.40, and a physical director 1, $17.90, physical director 2, $19.15. The difference between a physical director 1 and a physical director 2 is a certified pool operator. So once that physical director takes a certified test to be able to operate a pool, they are promoted to a physical director 2.
Thank you, and that makes sense. So there's possibly some things we could need to look into when you're talking about council staff saying we want to add more staff to the budget. Also thinking about how we filling them, it costs about $1. And from the staff, through the chair, the rec hours are from what time?
Through the chair to the councilman, Monday through Friday, core hours are 11:30 to 8. Saturdays 9:30 to 6. However, we have a number of centers that have senior programming, and they open up earlier. So you have some centers that may open up as early as 8 in the morning for senior programs.
So basically, just for my staff, for my colleagues, when it comes to actual, the actual staff for a rec instructor is less than $20, and you work in a second shift job, and we're asking them to fill for additional positions without making no money, which is sometimes could be the case to find people to do that if you understand the rec programming. And then also, I'll just leave with my colleagues is I really, really, really am big on community policing. We scream and we talk about this all the time about having police in our neighborhood. Now, you telling me we moved to have police officers work a 12-hour shift, and then we talk about them not patrolling in our neighborhoods. And we have, I think, 21 rec centers. Some are coming, are being closed because of renovation, so might be close to about 18 that's operating. We have yet to be able to be strategic to say, why don't we utilize that overtime and a lot of dollars we got from the police to try to have them inside our rec centers to be able to help offset this cost, so therefore we could possibly use $3.4 million to actual programming and as well as recruitment opportunities to be able to help support the commissioner. And I leave with him understanding, for him to be able to speak about the actual costs that he have as far as programming. Like that is, like if you look at the budget, when you talk about actual the program budget, the dollars that are spent, you just heard him that his manager, who's supposed to be the point person and holding the rec center down, is mainly may potentially be in the back doing a program when you don't, how can I be, I'm just speaking from my lens when I was a director. If I had to do program, how can I be at the point to be able to welcome guests into the building, to be able to have eyes on what's going on, when we don't even got a budget for that? So I really, through reconciliation, think about it like, We graduating these classes. They're working 12 hours. If they can do 8 hours in our rec center Monday through Friday, and then the other 4 they can patrol, that's when the officer know who's actually the kids, and when they grow up to be the young adult on who they are. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilman Starr. You made good points. I want to just remind our colleagues we're trying to get to lunch, so I'm gonna go to Councilman Davis.
Throw that lunch thing right before I get to talk. Yeah, I hear you. No, through the chair. I'll just reiterate a couple points. And thank you for being here. The rec centers, the pools particularly, are a big part of the urban fabric, and it's a lot of fun. We just want them to be better and be more accessible to more folks with different kinds of schedules. So, I mean, what I'll put at you, and I got a feeling I know why this is the case, but the pool schedule is really tough for families. For folks who have jobs, who are working 9 to 6, who don't have time to, in particular for the summer outdoor pools, can't work around the 4 to 5 p.m. break. That's impossible. If your kid gets out of school at 3, and you're one of those folks who's blessed to be able to hang out with your child after the school day ends, but you need to be back at your house at 5:30 to make dinner, that hour break, and to be clear, it's usually more like an hour and a half break because the pools are really, there's some flex time in the beginning, there's some flex time at the end, and there's the break at the top of the hour. And so if you're getting there at 2:33, there's a 15-minute break at 3, the pools are really closing 3:45 to 5:15 or so, it's not for you. And I want to make sure our pools are for you, for any you in this scenario. So let me ask, how can we keep our pools open longer during the days and longer throughout the summer? June 7th is late, and I want to go to the pool when it gets hot. We had a 75-degree day in March last year. And I don't know if March is probably too early for outdoor pools, but certainly May is a good prime pool weather. How do we get there?
Through the chair to the councilman, one of the challenges, again, that Director Nichols spoke on is having enough staff to keep our pools open. So hours are dictated by the number of staff that we have operating our pools. The challenge we have right now is we just don't have enough staff to maintain the pools. And if you get a employee call off, that throws the schedule all off. That happens. That's reality.
Through the chair to the commissioner, makes total sense. You got to have lifeguards. You got to have staff. How do we get more lifeguards?
Through the chair to the councilman, right now, as the director mentioned, we are soon to be out of this hiring freeze. Once we're out of this hiring freeze, we are aggressively looking at hitting every college, every school. Lifeguards can start at the age of 15. So we have in tuned our recruitment efforts with the recruitment team that's in City Hall. You've probably already seen with City Council, the communications team has already put up on display that we're having a hiring event on the 28th of this month. So we are aggressively trying to get pools in operation before the summer. Our summer season starts June 1st. So we're roughly 2.5 months into trying to obtain enough lifeguards to maintain our pools.
It's through the chair to the commissioner, and I'll reiterate the point that my colleague Councilman Starr was making. Probably need to pay folks more too. Folks work for money. So if that's on the table, let us know. I want my pools open. And conversely, I'll also, this is my personal philosophy to echo my colleague Councilman Harsh a while ago. We deserve high quality services and not more low quality services, but fewer high quality services. And so if we need to be closing pools, because the master plan states that we have the most pools per capita of any city in the United States. I mean, my people are ready for that conversation. They want to be able to go to their pools. They just need to know when they can go, and they need that pool to be open for them and their family. Let me ask, so I have 2 outdoor pools and 1 indoor pool. The indoor pool is at Michael J. Zone. My understanding, I can't quite figure out the calendar, but I do want to give some credit to the Michael J. Zone program. It looks like there's learn to swim classes at Michael J. Zone going all the way down to 6-month-olds.
Through the chair to the councilman, yes, that is a program that was just recently instilled in Michael Zone, so yes.
That's really exciting. Through the chair, it's my 8-month-old is currently doing swim classes at the Y downtown, and so having something a little closer to home will be a real joy for us. It looks like it starts in March, so. I just want to let folks know, to Director Nichols' point earlier, opening our facilities up for younger folks, for the 0 to 3-year-olds is how we get folks hooked to our services in the first place and make Cleveland part of their identity and mind space from an early age. So thank you for putting that on.
Thank you.
Yield.
All right, thank you, Councilman Davis. Councilman Kevin Conwell.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So, and I was director would be here. She told me that they, in this book, not just in this book, they have programs for people with disabilities. I don't see the programs for people with disabilities. Here's the sad part about it. You'll see little children that pass by parks and recreation, and let's say his brother or her brother or sister will go in and swing on a swing at a park that we own, but the other brother with a disability or the sister can't. What kind of nonsense is that? That's crazy. They gotta be in the system that we have, systems set up for people who wanna swing or do slides or the merry-go-round for people with disabilities. I've asked Director Nichols this last year, that we include systems for people with disabilities, and it's not in there. You're going to face, in the long run, we can end up with a lawsuit, and I'll help join them. Because I asked her, I said, put it in the master plan. Councilman, we got it in the master plan. I don't see anything in here for people with disabilities. And it's not about liking, I like her, but that's not, the issue is we gotta include that. Because you could be an able-bodied, you gotta believe in the abilities of people. And I'm not happy. I'm not happy about it at all. We gotta include that. And then I might not even vote for the Parks and Recreation part of the budget behind that. I might not vote for it. And I might ask other council members to stand and not to vote on it. Because you gotta include our people in there as well. And it's not in there. And you're going on trainings right now, and you see what's going on in other cities. I bet you, I'm willing to bet you they have systems in place for people with disabilities. Even the mayor said he's going to modernize Cleveland City Hall. But I bet you in his system, there's nothing included for people with disabilities. I bet you it's nothing in there. You got to open it up. How are you going to have the Special Olympics looking for people with disabilities and we're not doing it? We got to lead the way. We got to lead the way. At Glenville Recreation Center, you have to have that. In the parks and stuff. So I'm disappointed about that. And I was hoping and waiting for the director to be here so we could discuss that.
So through the chair to the councilman, after 4 hours at the table, she had to take a bathroom break. I know she's coming back and would love to respond to that, but unfortunately nature called. But I'm sure she would love to address your question. I don't know from a finance perspective.
I want to talk with her about it. I'll call her on the phone and take her to some of the recreation centers because we go, and you got to have that. You have to have that. That's important. Someone have to speak up for that.
Through the chair, if I may, just let you know something that I'm working on right now. I have a great partnership with the sports teams in the city of Cleveland. The Cleveland Cavaliers are looking to do a wheelchair activity. We are in conversation right now to utilize one of our recreation centers to service kids that are in wheelchairs, to have them do activities, whether it's basketball, volleyball, on our gym floors in the city. So that is something that I'm in conversation with the Cleveland Cavaliers. Just to add also, in my tenure being the commissioner of the Division of Recreation, the 3 sports teams in the city of Cleveland contribute tremendously to the Division of Recreation. Just last year, a lot of my council members were there. $650,000 was donated by the Cleveland Browns to do the synthetic turf field at Collinwood Sports Complex. The Cleveland Browns also fund the entire city of
Here come the
Cleveland.
director right now.
The Cleveland.
And I'm not upset with you. It got to be, let me finish. It's my time. It got to be in the scope. It has to be in the scope. I don't want just a project. That's a project. I'm talking about programs and projects are two different things. And I mentioned to the director last year about putting in the scope to help people with disabilities. And I believe in the ability and not the disabilities. And you said, Councilman, it's going to be in the scope. And it's nowhere in here in the scope at all. To the chair, to the director. And this is not personal. This is a passion of mine. It's a passion of mine. It's not personal. It's the issue. Through the chair, to the director. And I'm not being rude to you, but we had this conversation last year. Director.
Thank you. Through the chair to the council member, I apologize for not being here for the start of the question. So yes, ADA compliance, providing services to youth, families, adults, and seniors with mobility impairments and disabilities is important to us. This year, we partnered with MRDD through the county to put in adult changing stations. We are also working with them to put in picture boards in a couple of our playgrounds. That was in 2025. 2026, we will have additional opportunities to take a look at ADA compliance and how we can improve the ability for our community to participate in our programs. It's definitely a priority. It's detailed specifically in the master plan. It is not something that we're ignoring. It's something that we're definitely putting some energy in. If you have something specific that you're interested in, I'd be more than happy to have a conversation. But I would also add that when we look at the operating budget for Parks and Recreation, a lot of those accessible expenses will come out of capital projects. For example, when we close Lonnie Burton for renovations, we will look at ADA improvements. Clark is closed, Clark is opening. Clark will have ADA compliance included in it. Sterling will be reopening. Sterling will certainly have some modifications to that facility. But again, those are capital dollars, not operating dollars.
Oh, I understand the difference between operating dollars and capital dollars because operating dollars can be used for labor and those kind of things, for staff and the cost of labor. The capital dollars, we use that for preventive maintenance. Capital dollars, you can use that for the fire department, fire stations. Capital dollars for parks and recreations. So I understand the hard part, but we got to include it. And you got to put it in our culture. You, director, you're creating a new culture, correct?
Yeah, that is correct.
Right, and so we gotta have that in there, the disability part in there so we can bring it in so that they can see the way. Even if it's in our art, when we do murals there, whatever the case may be, that we have it, make it inviting, and because we talked about it last year.
Yeah, through the chair to the council member, I definitely appreciate the conversation we had. I definitely recall the conversation. And as we had opportunities to partner with MRDD, we looked at how we could make adjustments and modifications. And I certainly respect that culture relating to inclusivity in our facilities is important. And it's definitely a priority as we look to expand, increase staffing, and expand services to the community. It will definitely be a priority.
Do me a favor. We could talk with LEAP, some areas with people with disabilities, and then when we reach out to do some job placement or some job development through the chair, we could reach out to them and maybe put some people there, give them some job orders so that they could bring in people also with the disabilities.
Sure.
And that would bring it into the culture. I would appreciate that a great deal.
Can you share the name of that organization?
LEAP, L-E-A-P. Hope I'm spelling it right, it won't get me.
All right, Councilman, you done?
Just one piece here that I
Your
don't
time is up,
understand.
Councilman.
One piece
Come
I
on,
don't
wrap it
understand.
up.
184. Let me give the Richard Starr 10 minutes.
Come on, Councilman.
On page 184. Down here, this is what I don't understand. You have unemployment compensation 0, but you have separation payments 120,000. Is some kind of way through the chair to the controller, director, that unemployment compensation and separation payment is kind of correlated, right? Because they're paying for the unemployment out of here for people who are leaving, separated through attrition, and I don't understand why it's 0.
To the chair of the council person, we would only pay unemployment if we mainly lay people off, and because we're not in that mode.
Yeah.
If people just voluntarily quit, we don't really pay unemployment.
You
for them.
just voluntarily quit. You're not going to lay people off.
Everything goes through the chair.
Through the chair,
Let him
to
finish,
the
yeah.
councilman.
Sorry, Chairman.
Yep, sorry. Through the chair. So that's why you don't see that, because, they're short people, so they're not going to be laying people off.
That's what I was wondering.
And through the chair of the council person, as far as separation, it's hard to determine when people want to leave, but they do get paid their vacation time. They get paid 1/3 of their sick time if they're retiring. As we note that they.
But that's not separate to the chair. That's not separation. Separation is attrition.
Through the chair of the council person, in this context, it's when people either retire or they quit. If you quit and you don't retire, you still get paid your vacation time. That's required by law that we pay you for
gotta
accrued
pay them their
vacation.
time.
If you retire, you get your vacation plus 1/3 of your sick. And as you can see in the budget in '24, they had 135,000 separation payments. It was down to 51,000 in 2025, and we just estimated, and this is just an estimate, that we're estimating 120, which is kind of in between those two. If no one separates or quits that has balances, we won't spend that money, but we have to be prepared to separate employees
For
that may
contingencies.
retire. Yes, that may retire or separate for whatever reason. Thank you.
Gotta try to control that cost. Well,
All right, thank you. Thank you, Councilman.
sorry, Mr. Chairman.
All right, I'm going to go to Councilman Shaw and then Gray, and we're going to lunch. Councilman Shaw.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon. Appreciate your patience. Through the chair, I'll make this quick. I want to pick up on the line of questioning that Councilman Davis was on about the lifeguards. Just want to stress the importance of having pools that are not just high quality, but reliable. And I know that's a commitment for you as well, Director. And through the chair to the Director and Commissioner, I want to know, right now, what is the pay for the lifeguards?
Through the chair to the councilman, the physical director 1 is $17.90. Physical director 2 is $19.15. And again, the difference between the two is to become a physical director 2, you need to be a certified pool operator. Once you pass that test, then you can be promoted to a physical director 2.
And if I might add through the chair to the council member, I hope you noted that he said physical director. That is what we call our full-time permanent lifeguards by civil service rules and by labor agreement. It is a title that is not used anywhere under any industry standards, and it is a major impediment to our ability to find people to work in our pools. We're working actively with Local 100. We're working with civil service to change the title from physical director to aquatics coordinator, which is the title used in our industry. It's been a historic title. It's time to change.
And thank you for that clarification, Director. And through the chair, can you just explain what's the holdup in that change? Is it just if it's a labeling? I mean, I understand the union negotiations, but why is the union opposed to this? Is there a pay increase or a pay decrease?
So yeah, through the chair to the council member, I appreciate this as well. We are just in labor negotiations and we're waiting to ratify that contract. Once we ratify the contract, the labor union has no objections to the title change. We're also looking at changing titles of other positions so that we can be more attractive to finding high quality people that meet our needs.
Okay. Thank you, Director, for that. And so then, so if I understand correct, then what you've listed here of the 75 lifeguard positions, those are all union full-time permanent lifeguards that we have? Is that correct? And this is on page 183.
Through the chair to the council member, I believe that is correct. They are all, sorry, my pages are discombobulated.
You're good. Please take your time.
Yes, there we go. So that is under total lifeguards, the 75. That is where we would be, and that includes full-time, part-time, and seasonal. We are refining our hiring processes. Again, updating and improving our titles will ensure that our ability to meet that number.
And what is our goal if we were fully staffed to have lifeguards at all of the pools and have full coverage to avoid having any gaps in service? What is that number of lifeguards that we need?
In order to fully staff our pools 6 days a week during our operating hours, I would say we probably, between full-time, part-time, and seasonal, would need closer to 120, 150. And that would be a lot of part-time and seasonals.
And that would avoid that 5 to 6 switch time, those hours where we're kicking kids out of the pool?
That is correct.
Okay. And is the budget asking for 125 to 150 lifeguards?
So through the chair to the council member, when we look at our seasonal employees on page 187, we have roughly 263 budgeted, and that includes people for camp, playgrounds, and a variety of other things. If we can get a good quantity of seasonal lifeguards, it would avoid not being fully staffed for the summers. As soon as we hired the deputy commissioner last summer, he began, I want to say, late June. I said, I want the pools open 7 days a week in 26. So he understands my goal, and we're going to do everything we can to achieve that goal.
That's great to hear, Director. I appreciate that. And we want to support this, and this is something we absolutely must have. I mean, these are, even during the campaign, we were seeing kids being turned away because they're at capacity. These are, this was at one point, my understanding in Cleveland's history, something that attracted residents to Cleveland was our high quality services and amenities, and we want to get back to that. And it sounds like that's your goal as well. So if there's anything else that you need, please, and I want to understand too, this is not an issue that our suburban pools are having, from my understanding. Do you know how much they're paying their lifeguards?
To the chair, to the council member, I can look and see. We are competitive with our suburbs. Beechwood, I know, pays, I want to say like $18 an hour. There might be a couple of other ones that are high. Networking, being in the industry for a long time, it's very easy for me to contact my peers and say, hey, what are you paying? Quality of life services are something that retains residents. It is also something that causes people to vote with their feet. I would like to do what we can from a quality of life standpoint to ensure that people want to stay here and they vote with their feet to come here.
Absolutely. And yeah, if we have to increase that amount, let's do it. Let's get those lifeguards that are at those suburban pools. I want the Lakewood kids to come lifeguard in Cleveland if they have to. If we're paying $3.5 million for security, but we don't have the ability for lifeguards to be there, it doesn't make sense for us to be making those kinds of investments. I appreciate your time again, and I'll yield my time. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilman Shaw. Councilman Deborah Gray.
Thank you, Chair. I have a few questions, more than usual, but just be patient with me. I'm the least one with questions, but the rec is my passion. Commissioner Gustafson know that. I fully funded Zelma George. It is spectacular. I mean, it's absolutely beautiful. Not fully funded it. I did my part as commissioner, went over everything with me, what I needed to do as the council. And also, hopefully that we soon get the exercise equipment for Hamilton and Woodland, even though Woodland is not my area anymore. You know, I requested two treadmills, one for each, and also the workbench for Woodland and Hamilton. And I want to know, you know, when that's coming in. Commissioner, Chair to the Commissioner.
Through the chair to the Councilwoman, I'm working with Tony Tail in your office. I anticipate that to be within the next 30 to 45 days.
Okay.
While I have the moment, though, I do want to say this to the entire council body. 14 of the 22 recreation facilities last year received contributions from City Council on improvements, and I appreciate that. I truly do.
Yes, yes, we did a great job. Thank you.
I got your money, too.
So, yeah, so moving on from that, I just want to, here on this document that you gave us pertaining to 70,000 for a new security camera system that you're going to be putting in the rec centers? Because here on the page 184, you have
You talking to your mic, Councilman?
have security and monitoring. For 2025, it was 15,000, and 2026, you're projecting 20,000, but here you're projecting to put in a new security system in the rec centers, which is going to be 70,000. Is that an increase?
Through the chair to the Councilwoman, that's
Commissioner?
yes. Through the chair to the Councilwoman, that's 70,000. We have existing cameras in rec centers today. That 70,000 is to repair. To repair those existing cameras. It's not new.
All right, thank you. And I'm going to stress on, that's great to know, but I'm also going to stress on your security system in the rec center is doable, but when we have incidents in the rec center, as you know, I have my community meetings in Delma, George. Just quite a few times, people have sticky fingers, and things came up missing, things of my stuff. And those things are purchased for the residents in the meetings. And the media communication, the media clerks does a very beautiful job with what they provide for me. And sometimes those things come up missing. I'm not mad at them. If my constituents ask could they have them, you can take it. However, due to the fact of me going into the camera system to see what came up missing, it only lasts for 7 days. And I learned that over the years that you only can view it for 7 days, and after 7 days, it rolls over to the next 7 days, and it goes away. And then also on the outside, the outside security is separate from the indoor security. So due to that, I know we had discussions, and you explained to me that. So we'll, doing the repairing system, repairing the security camera, can that be adjusted?
Through the chair to the Councilwoman, actually all of our security DVRs should record 30 days. So if you had a situation where it was only 7 days where you can go back and view footage, I need to talk to the vendor to find out what was the issue.
Yes.
The exterior cameras are controlled by safety.
Okay.
Interior cameras are recreation.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that. I just want to bring that to the attention because other stuff will come up missing, and the residents will call council, and there's nothing council can do when things come up missing per se, but they also have a concern of things being reviewed on the camera, and they are passionate about things just come up missing. So we need to address stuff like that. You know, the recs are public service and everybody enjoy things, but sometimes when your stuff come up missing, councils don't oversee that, but we do, but we do get the calls on that. So, but thank you for that, working with that. But also, I want to also address the conditions like the maintenance and the maintenance equipment. Does that have to do with a chair to the commissioner with air conditioning?
Through the chair, can you elaborate more on what you mean by maintenance
Like
equipment?
Zama George, when I do have my community meetings and we in the community room, sometimes it can get stuffy. I know that you gave us 2 industrial fans, but sometimes those fans blow too hard, too hard and too much. And I think the air conditioning system was out, and that should be looked into, pertaining to having the air circulating better in the rec center.
Through the chair to the councilwoman, that is a work order issue.
Okay.
We have something called City Works. You probably heard of that.
Yes.
Where we put in our maintenance issues so property management can address those concerns.
Okay, all right, thank you. Okay, just a couple more questions, Chair. Pertaining to, I know you covered the pool system. I know you covered the pool situation, Director, Chair to the Director. Zama George was shut down last summer, and you addressed to me that that the new motor has came in 2 weeks prior to the pool closing. Will Zama George pool be open this year, this summer? Chair to the
Through the
Director.
chair to the councilwoman, our anticipation is Zelma George or Luke Easter Pool will be open.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. And also, I want to address to the fact that I was asked, Chair, to the Director, that a lot of the kids had asked me, are they going to have a splash pool come to Luke Eastern? Is that in the budget?
Through the chair to the councilwoman, I have not had a conversation with MoCap about the installation of a splash park at Luke Easter Park.
Okay.
That might be something you want to take up with MoCap.
I just want to be sure, because if I have to, you know I will. So I'll just put that on my list too. And then another question, Chair, to both Director and Commission. We know we have a huge problem with parking, with a party in the parking lot. It is horrific. I live 2 streets from Zama George. Zama George is my backyard. And that party in the parking lot been going on for years and years and years. But it is out of control. And you know it, 4th District know it, the residents that live in that surrounding of Zama George, they love the area because the park is prime. It is prime for everyone to come to enjoy that park. But I live 2 streets over. That party in the parking lot has got out of hand. I know the 4th District, they've been working with you, we've been working with me. We know it's a public park. We cannot run them out. However, the architect in MoCap that came to my Christmas dinner event, and he stated that the parks will be resurfaced. They will be resurfaced, and I think the plan is this year. And something has to be done more effectively. Maintaining our parks. The parks need to be resurfaced. They haven't been surfaced for years. But if this is the case for us to resurface these parking lots, we got 2 of them. And I talked with Director already, Chair to the Director, that I even had a couple of, give me some time. So this is important. I even had a conversation with the Director that I have guys that come into the parking lot already called me and asked me when the parking lots will be resurfaced for them to park in a better parking lot so they can run their cars. They can run their cars and party in the parking lot. That makes no sense to me. So you want us to resurface the parking lot so you can bring your car in it and then still run your motor and blast your music like that is an option. So I'm just saying this. We know that's a public park, but something has to be done. If we get these parking lots resurfaced, how can we maintain all this nuisance noise that incumbent on homeowners, Reservoir Place, Audubon, Melva. These are the surrounding areas that actually face the park. And it's gotten out of hand. We're not trying to run nobody away, because we building Lou Easton Park up for a family-friendly park. But we need to address this situation on how we can actually use the parking lot as a parking lot, and then people can go enjoy the park. Because when I have my community meetings there, the residents are not coming to the community meeting because they can't park in the parking lot, and then they're afraid to be at my community meeting, and they leave the community meeting because all of the activities that make them uncomfortable inside Zelma George. People can't even park in the parking lot to come to the park to enjoy that. So I'm just saying that it's a major concern, and I know we probably have to brainstorm over this, but we need to look at that. We need to start looking at the party in the parking lot. They have to understand it's not a party parking lot, it's a parking lot. So could someone address that?
Through the chair to the councilwoman, the only thing you can do when you're talking about a public park is notify local police. We do have the Division of Recreation has a great relationship with safety. When we have special events, we ask for Park Patrol to sit in the parking lot. That's the extent of what you can ask for when you're talking about people blasting their music, you know what I mean, or spin outs in the parking lot in our parks.
Through the chair to the councilwoman, I would also add, having previously worked as a park ranger for Cleveland Metro Parks and having that law enforcement experience, other than having someone sit and babysit these folks, it's just a part of the nature of the beast. I would add that I am a part of a urban parks and recreation leader forum with urban leaders from all over the nation. Large cities such as Chicago, Seattle, Atlanta. This is a question I'm going to pose to that group. I think it would be helpful if I can just ask some of my peers, how do we control parking lot parties? Is there a design difference? Is there anything that they're doing besides law enforcement that could help alleviate the challenges that your residents are facing?
Okay, well, that's good. At least we have a start. And I understand it's a public park, and I understand people love Lou Easton Park. I do too. And the police officers, chair to the team, the police officers do come at a certain time, and they do maintain it, and they do calm it down. But to the residents and the homeowners that live around that vicinity, my phone blows up. The 4th District phone blows up. We try to maintain it. We don't want to engross on anything else that's going to cause more friction with party in the parking lot. But it is outrageous sometimes where the homeowners who pay all these taxes, who want to remain in that community, they also want to have a quiet lifestyle. I was even trying to create a battle of music to kind of partner up with the folks that bring the music in the parking lot. Hey, let's try to create some type of event where you guys can battle with music or make some money, because I think other cities kind of battle and they make money and it turns into a big event. So I was trying to throw that out there and stuff. Some people went along with it. I even tried to do a parade for them to do some type of parade around in the community, you know, to play the music and have some type of parade contest. So I was bringing some things to their attention, but sometimes it falls short on ears when everybody doesn't want to agree. I'm just simply trying to figure out how can we take care of this. And one more thing, Chair, the 5 pavilions, the 5 pavilions in Lou Easton Park that I know you said that you was going to look at to repair over there on the south side of the park, we got 5 pavilions that the roofing need to be repaired. Have you looked into that to repair those roofing, because we got big chunk holes? They're deplorable. People afraid that that roof gonna eventually cave on top of their heads. And I know you and I had a conversation on repairing those pavilions. Since I put up the other pavilion on the north side of Luke Eastern, which they're working on that today, that's going to be opened up in the spring, and we're going to do a ribbon cutting, so that's going to be fantastic. And I know you want to put new roofing on those pavilions because we got a brand new pavilion on the other side of the park. So when will that be looked into?
Yes, through the chair to the councilwoman, the roofs were a bigger animal than I thought they were going to be. Working with MoCap and property management, the cost to repair the roofs at our larger parks like Luke Easter and Carouge was pretty significant, given the quality of the structures. So we ended up needing to put money in the capital budget to make some of these repairs because we couldn't do it out of our repair funds through property management. There have been some roof repairs that were more minor that were done through property management, but the roofs that you're talking about, it needs like totally to be rebuilt, and we just didn't have the money in the budget.
Okay.
But our attention is still there.
All right.
All right, thank you, Council Lady. We're gonna take a break here. I think the Council President. Yeah. We're oh, just a second. Let's reconvene at 2:05. Okay. 2:05. It's 1:40 right now, so we're gonna take a 25-minute break. Yeah, we are done. That concludes the Division of Recreation. We'll be starting up with, we're going to be starting out with the golf course.